Oh my god, my button wasn't working. Off to a great start. How's everybody doing tonight? I need to apologize for a moment. I was hoping to not still be eating this bagel as the stream started, but I got it done a couple of minutes late. So we're gonna hang out for a minute while I drink my usual mug of coffee, and I finish this delicious bagel. Yeah, definitely pun. See, that's what you're missing. That's what you're missing, pun expected, from your stream. You really want to kick things up. You want to kick things up a notch. Bam, to just completely rip off a meme that's like 20 years old. You gotta just show absolute disrespect and contempt for your audience by spending the first half hour eating a breakfast meal in the evening. Oh my god. How's everybody doing today? Mr. Square Peg, welcome in. Nightwatch Games, hey, how you doing, man? Nightwatch, it's always a pleasure to see you in the stream. Data Nerd, Dragon, Printer, Painting, indeed. There, of course, is To Square, Dwegham, Christico Plays, what's up? We got a lot of people in chat today. Pun expected. Can we get a shout out, by the way? For wait, do I have any mods? I hope we have some mods. Maybe we have mods. If we have mods, we'll have a shout out for Pun expected here in just a minute. A really great stream. If you enjoy miniature, not just miniature painting, but oil painting in particular, he's someone you should be following. Breakfast for dinner is the best. And dinner for breakfast. Like leftover pizza for breakfast and then bagels for dinner. And keeping your merch ticket, yeah, I have to make sure we get one more of my logo in there. I'm just gonna hold it like this for the rest of the stream. What am I doing? I'm like a fucking cow chewing cud. What was that? I don't chew like that. Is the bot not doing its thing? Hang on. I just reconfigured it. Maybe that's why it's not doing its thing. Maybe I disconnected it. Yeah. I was resetting the chat bot options, and I think that disconnected it. It should be connected now. Give it just a minute, and see if it wakes back up. Thank you for letting me know. Not having breakfast for dinner, but it's the start of my weekend, so you've got time still. How you doing, Happy Heretic? Automat, welcome in. If you have breakfast for dinner, then the leftover dinner for breakfast, that just sounds like breakfast for breakfast with extra steps. Hold up. No, don't, okay, first of all, leftover breakfast I don't think is like a thing. Who has leftover breakfast? Do you eat everything that you make during a breakfast meal? You don't have like leftover, like breakfast food that's gonna be left over. Like what, you got leftover hash browns? No. Leftover bacon? Fuck no. Leftover eggs? Who the fuck is gonna eat that? You eat all of it. Leftover dinner food from second dinner, which consists of pizza. There's a continuum here that you have to maintain. Oh no. Oh no. Oh my god. I think I put too much cream cheese on this thing. Thank you to Square. I eat leftover eggs. Really? Kursala? Leftover eggs? I don't think I've ever made eggs and then had extra afterwards. I make as many eggs as I intend to eat. You know, Merlin models, hold on to that for a minute. I don't know if coffee is considered hydration. It's mostly just a stimulant. I'll grab something after this, though. Boiled egg? Okay, but no, but, like, boiled eggs isn't like a breakfast food. Talking like hard-boiled eggs, that's an anytime food. What's a breakfast casserole? I don't think I've ever had a breakfast casserole. What is that? Is that just like... Hold on, now I'm thinking about it. Like a layer of like hash brown potatoes, and like a layer of eggs, and like a layer of bacon, right? And then you do like a layer of waffles somewhere in there, maybe. Drizzle some syrup over the whole thing. Cheese on top, like, okay, potatoes on the bottom and on the top. So you got like the structure. Sort of treat it like a lasagna, but anywhere you would put noodles, you do potatoes. Potatoes, cheese, sausage, then pour an egg milk mixture. I don't know, I kind of like my idea better. Yeah, we're Merlin models, we have shitty point redemptions. We had good point redemptions for a while, but turns out I was too lazy to maintain them. Of all the times. Of all the times someone would follow the stream as I'm stuffing a bagel into my mouth instead of painting minis. Utani, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I swear to God, this is not normal. Oh no, I gotta... Alright. And then resubbing, no less. That was the final push. I'll remember that, Utani, is the moment that we truly connected. It was all about the bagel. Lunchbox79, hitting that 12-month mark. Lunchbox, thank you so much for your support, man. Thank you for the sub. How you doing today? We'll have some more Pray For You on Thursday, Merlin. Oh, letting people know, and I'll have it at our usual recap at the end of the stream, but some of you may not stick around that long. There's not going to be a stream Tuesday of this week. The next stream is going to be off. I have to be doing some packing. We are emptying out a house this week, so I'm going to be doing that until late in the evening and then probably exhausted. But we'll be back Thursday, and yeah, we'll be continuing our playthrough of Prey, and we're going to try not to take up half the stream fighting one singular Typhon this time. I'm not moving Nightwatch Games, no, we're moving the contents of a nearby house for someone. Really? Which bits, Utani, out of curiosity? Let me finish my coffee and we'll get started on Vader. So, for those of you who don't know, I have 3 Darth Vaders? Darths Vader? I guess that would be the proper plural, wouldn't it? Darths, because he is a Darth. Darths Vader. So yes, we have 3 Darths Vader that we'd like to paint. And one of them is this very cool, and I'll show him to you again on the bigger camera, this very cool Star Wars Celebration limited edition model, which someone hooked me up with. I tried to get one of these when they first became available at Star Wars Celebration, and I think I've talked about the circumstances of this before, it was very difficult to get these because of the way that Fantasy Flight Games and Disney, Star Wars itself had structured the event. There were collectible pins that you could get at the event, and like each vendor had a different pin. And if you go, it's a Disney product, and it's Star Wars, and it's collectible, people will like straight up shit their pants in front of you on camera to get their hands on it. People lose their fucking minds. So people were going to every single vendor, and of course this was the goal, going to every single vendor, and you had to buy something at the vendor to then get the pin. And they'd go to the FFG booth, station, stall, and be like, I want the Sabine Wren pin. They'd be like, oh, well, you know, buy any of our fine products that you see for sale here. And people go, what the fuck are these little people play games with this shit? And there's dice, and who gives a fuck? What's the cheapest? $35. Give me the Vader. Give me the Vader and give me the pin. They don't know what the hell a tabletop game is. This happened a lot. And so most of these little $35 Vaders wound up on eBay for... They were going for like $400 to $500 for a while. It was a little crazy. I had 3 different people that I contacted and gave money to and said, who were at Celebration, obviously. Not just random people in the world. People who were at Star Wars Celebration that year. And I said, please go and get me one of these Vaders. I'd very much like to get my hands on one, but I'm not going to be there. And they all failed because all of the Vaders were fucking gone. I think they were gone, like, by the time the general audience was able to get into Star Wars Celebration. Like, they were bought up by people who had, like, early access and press passes. It was ridiculous. Very few of them got painted. Most of them just got, because people would turn around and go, what the fuck is this? I don't know, put it on eBay. Anyway, someone contacted me a while back who was essentially one of those people who didn't really know about tabletop games, that wasn't really going to do anything with it. And this is like 2 years after the fact. They were like, look, I feel like this should go to somebody who's going to paint it. And he let me take it off his hands for like $50, which at the time I felt was pretty reasonable, and I still do. And I really appreciate the opportunity too. So, I have the original Vader that came out with the Star Wars Legion Core set. I have the later release Vader that came out as an operative figure, and then I have the limited edition Vader. So we're going to go through 1, 2, 3, and do all 3 of them. I'm going to try to get as much of this done tonight as I can. I'm just going to lay in with some oil paints, and we're going to see what we can do. It's not a story the Jedi would tell you. How you doing, Achilles Rain? Good to see you. Looked like some sculpting terrain, you think? Interesting, Utani. I do some terrain. I do a lot of BattleTech terrain. This year, I'm going to be really pushing, trying to get more 28mm sci-fi stuff out there. That's a great story, Dweghom. Don't besmirch the stories. The stories are all I have. Come on. Lunchbox, have you seen the Vader that I already did? Because this Vader I'm doing today, I have painted before. I painted when the Legion box first came out. I went very comic booky with him. He was very blue. And yeah, I did the red eye lenses. The one thing I'm not going to do, just because he's so small, and many of you may know this, Darth Vader's helmet has a printed pattern on it of gray panels. You'll never notice this just watching the movie. But the actual prop for Darth Vader's helmet, it's like the top of his right cheek and the front of his left cheek, and then like 1/2 of the paneling on his neck are gray instead of black. It's like an asymmetric colored pattern. And watching the movie, you would literally never fucking know it. Like, it never shows up in any of the shots in any noticeable way. I'm not going to do that, because it would look silly and no one would know what the hell I was doing. You ever tried any oils? Any chance you can cover the basics, differences as you go? Oh, J-Dragon, that makes sense. It's different. Oil painting is definitely different. I think the most important thing you can get through your head when doing oil painting is that, whereas with, oh my god, Hamburg, oh my god, the Hamburg, thank you so much. 16 months, we did it, we got him, boys. I suck at riddles, Vader. No, I'm not gonna play your game. I'm sorry. I appreciate the offer, but I'm an unfortunate combination of ignorant and stupid that's just gonna make it embarrassing. And you have a very fine evening yourself. So the most essential thing you can get through your head as far as switching from acrylic to oils is that with acrylic you're generally laying down layers of paint which dry on top of one another, and you think about it that way. You put down one layer, you build something up on top of that. You're not really putting paint on top of paint with oils unless you let it cure between sessions. You're more establishing a singular layer of oil medium, and then you're dealing in pigments. And what this means is that all of your colors are going to blend together very, very naturally. Now, I'm no expert. I can recommend, if you're interested in oil painting, that you check out the streamer here on Discord, Wapelius. I recommend you check out Unexpected Painting, and I recommend you check out Stilo Rebel. These are 3 streamers who work almost exclusively in oils, are much better at it than I am. But I'm very happy to talk about what I'm doing as I go. And if you have any particular questions, feel free to ask them on the Discord. I'll answer them as best I can, or at least direct you to good sources. Yeah, Pun Expected has some good sources too, some good information. Listen to him. Why is my... the fuck? I have this black plastic mat below my chair, and it's all, like, buckled up and weird right now. No idea. No idea why that happened. Alright, let's go ahead and get... Speaking of which, Pun Expected, you're going to see parts for the painting handle I'm making for you on the printer tonight. But let's go ahead and get busy. I would say, comparatively speaking, if you're coming from a background in acrylic painting and moving to oil painting, the blends are much, much, much easier to do. It can be a little bit messier. It requires a greater understanding of color theory because you have to blend most of your own colors and all of your pigments are going to mix together. It's a bit more involved, but it can also yield much, much smoother, more interesting, rich results, particularly if you're doing, like, differing temperatures mixing with one another. It also takes much longer to dry. That's one of the main advantages of acrylic painting, is you can start a mini, finish painting it in one session and have it ready to go the next day. Whereas doing oil painting, you're generally going to have to let it cure for a couple of days before it's ready to varnish. Now, the nice part of that is that you can come back to your painting after a few hours and still do some blending on it. You have lots and lots of working time. Oh, overrated. Here's the thing, Dwegham, I'm torn on that scene. I'm of multiple minds on that scene. Oh boy! 40k Epic Narrator. An awesome streamer who paints lots of really cool classic Warhammer minis is rating me just as I'm about to start bitching about Star Wars. God, everyone's gonna think I'm so unique and intelligent. Nobody's gonna be like, who the fuck is this douchebag complaining about Star Wars like literally every other bearded nerd on the internet? No, nobody's gonna think that. Damn it. What are you doing to me? What are you doing? Oh my god, 40k Epic Narrator, welcome in, man. I'm of 2 minds on that scene, Dwegham. I'll give you some more thoughts in a minute. There's some synth or dark synth I hear, preferably dark synth. I admit though, Admiral Ryder, this channel can get a little poppy at times. I'm just using pretzel. Honestly, I've needed a better mix for a while, but we'll get to that when we get to it, you know? What were you working on today, 40k Epic Narrator? I didn't get a chance to stop in, man. Start with the basics. I need to glaze in some lamp black. Yeah, I use pretzel poorly, though. Like, you can do a lot of stuff in pretzel. You can tell it which songs you like, which songs you don't like. You can sort of customize your stations. I never think of it until I'm actively on the stream. So my pretzel station is a little... It's okay. It's alright. It's not great. I should use my paint mixer. Gene Stealer Colts and snuck 3 old hammer models in there, though. How goes your cleanup work on that old Rogue Trader Dread? I love those things. They're so janky. I like the Castaferum Dreadnought that was the main Dreadnought for a long time also, but I love that old Rogue Trader Dreadnought. We're just getting started over here. We're going to be oil painting up a Vader model tonight. Let's start with this guy. And folks, if you're not following 40K Epic Narrator, if you like... I always go there for the like old Hammer and Rogue Trader era models. I love those sculpts and I love seeing someone work on them. Ready to be primed? Hell yeah. It looks like you were really, really having to work some old primer off that bad boy. Alright, so I'm going with a lamp black because lamp black is made, I believe it's called lamp black because it's made from the soot from lamps. It's also called charcoal black. But between the two primary blacks that I have, one of which is ivory black, the other of which is lamp black, ivory is a warmer color, lamp has a cool base and is much more opaque, and so I think it's going to be better for building up Vader because I like to use blues in my Vader. It is indeed Admiral Ryder. So you can always hit !STL to get a read on that. It's not super interesting today. In this case, what I'm printing you can actually see right here. It's this little magnetic puck piece that's part of my paint grip and one of these little triggers that is on the print plate right now. Two of them, actually. Didn't everyone see Bruce Almighty? Is that Stynal Res primer you use, Dave? Yes. Yes, it is. I use Stynal Res. Your choice of primer seems to matter quite a bit more when you're using oil paints than it generally does for acrylics. I used Vallejo acrylic primer for a while, but something about Stynal Res just really takes the oil paint particularly well. I mean, that's going to shake the foundation of all of my, like, the entire understanding of the universe. I thought Morgan Freeman was actually God. Are you saying he's not? Playing some Alpha Strike with your brother and father. And playing me for your brother to inspire him to paint his mechs. Oh, Xander Shade. Xander Shade's brother. I'm so sorry. I don't know if that's gonna work. I may in fact demotivate him. Yeah, go get yourself something to eat. Stretch your legs. Get some sleep. You've been streaming, man. Never feel bad for raiding and running. 40K Epic Narrator. Thank you for bringing your people in. Have a great night, dude. Yeah, I've heard people using gesso. I would be a little concerned about gesso just because doesn't gesso have a lot of body to it? So on a mini with shallow details, I feel like you would be risking kind of covering them up. Going black, but I'm really going to be trying to work some blue into all this as we build it up. I've been looking at lots of pictures of Vader's very schlong-like helmet. Trying to figure out how I want to do the reflections on it. I think I've got something in mind. Where the hell did I put my mouse? Oh, there it is. Hey, what's up, PSK Studio? How is everybody doing tonight? There we go. Getting all this black in here. Not at all, PSK. It's always a pleasure to see you, man. I appreciate folks stopping in to say hi. I'm still amazed that people stick around for this stream at all, so even popping in, you know what? That makes my whole day. I thought about sub-assembly painting Vader because of his cape and how close it comes to the backs of his legs, but I don't have it in me. I don't. I need to paint things faster this year, not slower, not add steps. Dr. Rhino's been taunting me about my painting speed. He's a monster. Does it dry lighter on the white/gray areas? So I mostly do that. I do the Zenithal Prime a lot of the times, Wegham. If I'm doing brighter colors, it definitely helps. A lot of oil paints are more transparent than acrylics. So it can help depending on what you're doing. In this case, Lamp Black, you'll notice, is very, very opaque. I'm also going to wipe some of this off here in a little minute. I mostly do the Zenithal Prime because when I look at the figure before I start painting, I'm sort of putting it in my head like, alright, this is broadly how the highlight should go, because I'm just using that as sort of a stand-in for a light source. God's sake, Merlin. Get to bed, man. What's wrong with you? Staying up to watch some American nerd paint minis? But it depends on how you're doing it. If you do a Zenithal Prime and then apply a fairly transparent oil paint and then come in and remove a lot of it and do a quick highlight, you can do a really fast paint job in which you barely have to do any effort at all to get a nice tabletop quality finish. And that's the thing. Oil paints, depending on the paint, they can be more transparent or more opaque. Lamp Black is very opaque compared to, like, Ivory Black, which is sort of a standard warm black starter. Ivory Black is very transparent. It makes a better mixer than it does a base. At least in my experience. I'm just trying to shove some paint behind him here. Make sure I don't leave any odd bright spots. You have a fantastic evening, Merlin Models, and thank you again for being here, dude. It's always good to see you. Let's see how this Lamp Black is treating me if I'm going to remove some of my excess here. You said it's opaque and it stains very quickly. But what I'm doing here is really just establishing a base layer of paint. So at this point, my model is completely covered in oil. Now, any paint that I put down here is going to start blending with my base black pigment. Mars Black can be pretty opaque too. It's mostly Ivory Black that's very transparent. It still makes a good mixer, a good blending paint a lot of the time. But my main reason for choosing Lamp over Mars in this case is because of the temperature. The charcoal that they use for Lamp Black is has a natural cool tone to it. And I want to build up the blues on this guy. That has not been my experience with Ivory at all. And maybe it's a difference in the manufacturers. My Ivory Black is very warm. It goes straight to brown if you start to lighten it. But like if I were to do ivory black over this and then take the sponge to it like I'm doing, this whole thing would be mostly white at this point. It does not stain, it is not as opaque by far. How you doing, Wombat Combat? Ren, it is good to see you as well. Well, thank you, Dwegham. Yeah, this handle, I've been fooling around with different ideas for it, and I didn't really want to release it until I was sure that I liked it, but at this point I've gotten pretty used to it. I think these files are going to go up on Steel Warrior Studios here before long with the new site that he's working on right now. So I learned this technique, I guess technically through Wapelius, sort of second-hand, because I first got into oil painting through Stila Rebel, who learned a lot of what she does from Wapelius, and then I started paying attention to Wapelius. I mean, that's not strictly true. I've been following Wapple for a long time, but I didn't get into oil painting through him directly. Where did my snippers go? Why do I not have snippers here? Oh, this will do. The Italian gal in Japan. Yep, that's the one. Just taking off my excess here. I'll leave some of it in the deep spots. I've been considering a few options for Vader, including doing a warmer black for the fabric parts, but I think I'm gonna go with cool all over. I painted him straight up blue last time I did it, so I'm gonna be doing something similar but also toning it down. I always like how he's drawn in the comic books and illustrations. They tend to make him very blue, which, you know, is for practical reasons, really. Also in Rebels, he was very blue. Gave you the confidence to enter a ladies' beauty shop. Ask for a bag of makeup sponges. Hey, makeup sponges are useful for a lot of things. There's, actually, I guess that's kind of the only thing I use them for. Making some chili and cornbread. Oh, Wombat Combat, you've been hanging out with Matt Yee too much. You're having some of them chilies. I know how it is. All right. Now, I want some French Ultramarine. Some titanium white. Grab a couple of my blues in case I want to use them. Looking for Payne's Gray. There it is. Alright, I'm going to do a little mixing over here. Thank you so much for getting that shout out done, Data Nerd. Good old Wombat Combat Prime. One of my favorite people. Just an all-around good dude. There's a lot of assembling and painting right here on Twitch. Definitely a stream you want to check out. If you find yourself a lot of time late at night, you're just looking to hang out in a nice, chill place. I want to use Prussian, but maybe some cobalt on the palette wouldn't hurt. I'll tell you, since Dragon, you were asking about oil paints, I'll tell you one of the things I like the most about them is once you get over the hump and you start learning to use them, they last for fucking ever. I have had to buy no oil paint at all since I got my first set. I picked up a couple of extras, but the basic tubes have lasted me a really long time. And honestly, I'm not even that careful with it. I waste a lot of it. It still lasts essentially forever. Azri, welcome in. How you doing? I don't know if I want to use any phthalo. I'm going to put a little phthalo down just because it does interesting things. Oh no. Oh no. Do I want to know? Night Watch? Didn't habanero. Oh my god, it's a joke that depends on a mispronunciation of a word. It's terrible. Habanero. Didn't habanero. Ah, God. All right. New Thunderhead Studio policy. No jokes in chat. We don't joke here. We're very serious. I'd say save a lot of money, honestly. Like, once you get to mini painting, you realize you kind of blow a lot of cash on acrylic paints. Oils significantly less so. Alright, on to my next synthetic brush, something a little finer to get started with. And something for doing some rough mixing. Oh no. Oh god. Should have known I was just going to encourage it. Do a couple mixes over on the side here and see how I like them. Ooh, that phthalo blue is so damn rich. I should get a palette cam if I'm going to keep doing stuff like this. A lot of streamers have palette cams. I think it's a good idea. It wasn't as interesting when I was doing paint by numbers with acrylics, but with oils it might make some sense. Oh, that's a lovely blue-gray. Let's lighten that a bit more. Let's get plenty of white in there, because it's going on top of my lamp black. So we're just trying new things tonight, too, because again, I've got 2 more Vaders to paint, so I'm trying to figure out exactly how I want to do it. Starting off experimentally here. Hey there, buddy, it's me, I'm the Weasel. Yeah, I'm ashamed that I knew exactly what you were doing, Zombie Bro Studios. That dates me fucking horribly. Riot Sister.
Hello there.
How you doing? How you doing today, Riot Sister? It's good to see you. How on theme, too, since we're painting Star Wars again for the first time, essentially ever.
This is where the fun begins.
Well, not for the first time ever. For the first time in a while. Not ever. That doesn't make any sense. That's a complete contradiction. put down a little to start with. I'm going to try blending it out to see how that goes. Now, here, showing the advantages of oil painting. That's not a bad blend, and I just did that in, like, a fraction of a second without even really trying. I'm not going to want to go quite as light on his armored portions. Let's take that a little darker. Touch more Payne's Gray. Ordered some more Scale 75 instant colors recently to try to rip off some more techniques from presenting. Wombat, if somebody is making a business teaching you how to paint by showing you techniques, is not ripping off. That's not even remotely how that works. I'm not going to worry about my red OSL until the last step. I am going to do some for the lightsaber. I'm thinking largely, I mean, obviously just on this side of his body. But I'm going to try to keep it subtle. Painting the lightsaber on these is kind of always the trickiest part. What do you call a jolly old Roman soldier with a hair stuck between his teeth? I don't know, and I don't know that I want to know. Oh my god. I literally just remembered that Attack on Titan Season 4 Part 2 started today. I had actually forgotten about it for a couple of days there. Ooh, that's exciting. I'm going to do that after this. Boots are like a leather, mostly facing up. So let's just do a real soft application here. And I'm kind of referencing my old paint job, too, to remember where I did my highlights and then kind of make corrections where I see problems or things that I don't like. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh no. You know, I didn't think of the actual punchline, Riot Sister, but I thought it couldn't be a cunnilingus joke. Until suddenly it was. Welcome to Thunderhead Studio, folks. We got the best jokes. We have the most appropriate family-friendly humor you're gonna find on Twitch, except for literally everywhere else. And God knows, if there's anything that I'm obviously very concerned with personally, it's being family friendly. We got a problem with bagels now? I gotta clear my fucking pre-stream snack with you? Is that what you're saying? Well, thank you so much for doing that. Shout out to Data Nerd. For those of you who don't know, Riot Sister is not only a mod extraordinaire, but a streamer in her own right. Does some pretty cool art. Has been playing a lot of No Man's Sky over there. Does a lot of single-player, story-based games. Go drop her a follow. She is one of my favorite places to be on a lazy afternoon. Her stream is one of my favorite places. Not her. She's not my favorite place to be. Her stream is. Yeah, that makes sense. Certainly. Yo, yo, yo. What's up, Noob Corpse? But Dragon, if you're still around, this is a good example of the advantage of oil painting. You'll notice what I can do here is I'm really just putting down my pigments, really kind of broad, not being very careful areas, and then I can come in with a sort of a neutral brush that doesn't have any paint on it, and I can just kind of drag that out and move it around, and it blends together so easily, so simply, with almost no effort. Something that in acrylics would take a great deal, not a great deal, but definitely time, concentration, and intent. Spilled a bottle of Nuln Oil, that's how you know you're a real painter. I gotta be honest, I've never spilled a bottle of Nuln Oil, but that's mostly because I don't use it. I use black washes, just not Nuln Oil. I hate those bottles so much. I think that the pots are actually okay for washes, just like they're okay for their dry brush compounds, but for everything else, they're just the worst. Yeah, that's absolutely true, Noob Corpse. Their paints are just fine. Honestly, their paints are good. As far as formulation goes, they're excellent paints. It's the manner in which they're sold to you that is garbage. I really hate GW Citadel paint pots. Don't touch them. And it's frustrating because of all the companies that absolutely has the money to upgrade to some proper dropper bottles, they just won't do it. I think it's because, like, technically it gives them a bit of a unique look. Like, you always know you're looking at a Citadel paint before you even see the label because it comes in such a unique container, but it's a shit container. Problem is, people keep buying it and will continue to keep buying it, so they have no motivation to change. And who can blame them? They're obviously making bank on it. Noob Corps, that's the most, ironically, the most consistent complaint I've heard about Army Painter, and it's the one that got me to stop using their regular paints, is that their batch quality has been very, very inconsistent. Sometimes Army Painter paint is fantastic. Every now and then, more often than you'd like, you can get a bottle that's just bad. And when you're doing something like painting armies for a miniature game, you can't really afford to spend money on a paint that, like, you know, if you like the way a certain paint works, that's fine, but you need it to be the same every time you buy it. At a minimum, you have to be able to rely on the fact that what you're getting is going to be the same paint you bought last time. What's up, Bahamut? How you doing? I'm gonna sneeze. Excuse me. To Square, I'm also fairly sold on their technical paints and their dry brush compounds. I actually like those pretty well. If I'm dry brushing, I do like to use their dry brush compounds. They're very reliable. Slap some green on your Marines. Got some of them green Marines then, would you say? Oh, that's awful. Bahamut, what chapter are you painting? What, you doing Salamanders? You doing Dark Angels? I can't remember. Armor panels, definitely trying to be a lot more focused in my highlights, catch the edges more than the kind of broad highlights that you do on fabric. Office Secret Santa got me a bag of random paints from Vallejo Scale 75, Badger, and some others. Ooh, that's a good deal. Some Salamanders, nice. Salamanders have a lot of fun, iconic choices you can make in their paint scheme. And lots of good modeling options, too, if you want to do some stuff more like dragon scales and whatnot. And everyone seems to have a different interpretation of their skin color. I'm very partial to the, like, obsidian black. Really trying not to get too hyper-focused on any particular detail on Vader tonight. Just moving from part to part here. Work that cod piece. Yeah, that's it, boy. Get in there nice and deep-like. Do you suppose Darth Vader's armor is like a one-size-fits-all deal? Because the Emperor had it like, he had it like lying around. It wasn't bespoke. It wasn't like he was planning to put him in it. It was like an emergency medical thing, according to Episode 3, of course. Which maybe it would have made more sense to have him be put in something a little bit more general and then specialize it later on, but this apparently was just lying around. And then he just kept it that way. It was like, it happened to be lying around, and he happened to be quite satisfied with it, I suppose. Anakin, he's not one to cause a fuss. You know, he didn't want to rock the boat. He didn't want to make a ruckus. He was like, "Is that okay? No, that's fine. That's fine. Are you sure? Are you sure we could do a custom thing? You know, we could make you a cape that fits." That's true, Night Watch Games. It was pretty much just a torso at that point. So I guess you don't really have to fit it to the arms and legs since they changed the shape of his body when they put him in it. Self-teaching Adobe InDesign in order to make progress in the 2 skirmish games. It's hard to learn new things at my age. Oh god, I feel that more and more. More and more, Night's Watch. Far too much. Was my printer done? It is done. I'm going to give that a minute to separate from the plate, and then I will have to take a second and set up another plate of prints. When I painted this mini the first time Night Watch Games, I was still playing games at Night Watch Games. How about that? When I left you, I was but a learner. Now I am the streamer. I guess most of the light on his hand is going to wind up coming from this direction, from the saber blade, so I'm going to lighten this up, because I'm going to want to put some red in here. Oh, I left a mold line on his thumb. Oh well, fuck it. Don't tell anyone, chat. I know there's a mold line there, but nobody else will notice if you don't tell them. Seriously, Roland? Everybody's dropping off. Could have argued he didn't have a leg to stand on.
Take a seat, young Skywalker.
It's terrible. It's awful, and you should be ashamed of yourself. My hands are kind of shaky tonight. Maybe it's that huge mug of coffee I literally just drank. I suppose that's possible. Mostly want to pick up the edges on stuff like his belt buckle. Just get the shapes in there. I don't really have to worry about the colors. these random boxes on Darth Vader's belt that do something, presumably. He just wanted buttons. They're like fidget spinners. They give Anakin something to do when he's bored. Would I rather explore space or explore the ocean? Well, it's an interesting choice, Candyman. It's not really one that's ever been presented to me as an option. They're both pretty fascinating. Probably explore the ocean? Mostly because it seems like exploring space... I mean, because either one of these is going to require some technological hand-waving for the most part, but exploring space, I'm not likely to find anything. Like, at all. I'm likely to just wander through darkness and discover that, yeah, everything out here is about how we thought it was going to be, which is to say, empty. And dead. So, yeah, I'm with Wombat Combat. The ocean, I'm gonna find something. It might be horrible, it might give me nightmares. But I'm gonna find something, and that's better than guaranteed to find nothing. That blending brush back in here and just ease this out a little bit. I have to do some sharper highlights on their Seaborg stare. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream, my friend. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. No, Hamburg Tack. Let's be honest. In space, you want to find Canopian catgirls, but you won't. We all want to imagine that space is this amazingly full place with all kinds of interesting things in it, but I think the cold, hard truth of it is that space is a big empty void, and if there are things in it that are interesting to find, they're so far away that we're never going to find them. I think it was the moment in my life that I learned about the Drake equation that I really lost all hope. Yeah, I heard that. Bob Saget. It's just one after another. At least he made it to 2022. That's something, right? Betty White can't say that. Really got to be careful when you're trying to paint black and not have it come out gray, because a lot of what I've done here is already kind of reading as gray. I think I might even have to darken it up a little bit. There's plenty interesting in our solar system. If you're fascinated by, like, rocks, for the most part, I think a lot of the interesting things in our solar system we don't have the scientific capability to study at this point. Like, maybe there's some sort of organic substance on Venus that like an extremophile that consumes something and generates large quantities of toxic gases. Like, there's a theory saying maybe this is possible. We probably won't know in my lifetime. So, I have a hard time caring that much. In space video games, they don't bother putting any physical camo on the ships because there's no shit. Yeah, that's the thing too, Cyborg. Like, space combat, when it ever happens, it's just gonna be shooting people from, like, hundreds of thousands of kilometers away with missiles. Not gonna be exciting. Not gonna be up in people's faces. Starfighters are not a thing, nor will they ever be a thing. That also depresses me. So I would sooner play a video game about space exploration than ocean exploration. But if you gave me the option of doing one for real, I'll take the ocean. I'll be the next James Cameron. I will take that mantle. Let's rotate you a teeny little bit there. Look forward to fast spreading the plastic and/or silicone-eating microbes we'll accidentally bring back to Earth. Ooh, that'd be fun, wouldn't it? As all of our technology is consumed in front of us, along with many of our, like, medical implants, leaving us just, like, sort of twitching organic husks. That'd be a good movie. Somebody invents a plastic-eating microbe to let it into the ocean to take care of the massive quantities of pollution that mankind has generated, and it ends up turning on us, and it eats all of the breast implants in the world. Makes that sound while it's doing it. Well, yeah, Wombat, but they're, like, really unimpressive in sci-fi horror sense. I'm talking about the plot of a film. Whole thing here. I just want to catch some good edges for the most part. This is a hard piece of armor that he has. Oop, Hamburg. Hamburg, thank you for the reminder, and I missed Wegham's a few minutes ago. Give me just a second. I need to get up and get something to drink. I just want to finish this greave that he has on here. I mean, not finish, but get my basic highlight profile done. And I think down towards the bottom where it starts to curve out. I'm going to touch right here. Didn't mean to do that. Oh well, roll with it. If you can't hide it, feature it. Touch a little there, a little into the arm here, not a lot. Oh, yeah, see, it was, that one, it was a good one. You hear that when you're walking around Citadel Station. Sir Isaac Newton is the deadliest son of a bitch in space. When you fire one of these rounds, you are ruining somebody's day, somewhere, sometime. Just a touch on the other side to sell the shape is going to be good. How you doing, Gear Falcon? This is the least of them. Shock. Because I've got the other two here. We're going to do this one. This is the original Vader that came with the Star Wars core box. And then we're going to do this Vader here. This is the operative version of Vader, and this is just a better sculpt. It is a crisper, more interesting, more aggressive pose That's going to allow for some interesting OSL here on the helmet. And then finally, we are going to give a try to this limited edition Vader with his scenic base, who has admittedly a pretty badass pose and much more dramatic flow to his cape. An incredibly crisp detail on that one. This one's a little softer. Alright, folks, give me just 1 second. I need to start a new plate of prints, grab myself something to drink, and I'll be back in just a minute. Got your Grass Hills 2 and 3. Notice some of the hexes weren't textured and were plain hexes. What do you mean, Gene Slicer? As far as the tops of them, the tops should all be flat, ideally speaking. Only the sides should really have texture on them. And I'm actually redoing those at the moment. If you picked up the STLs, you're going to get a free update on that. Alright, folks, I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Oh, Gene Slicer. Those might be two-parters. If it's just perfectly flat on the side, that's a place where two pieces come together to make one big hill. On the new hills that I have, that's much, much clearer. They're marked and they have interlocks, so you can lock them together on those spots. But yeah, if it's perfectly flat, that's because that's a spot where the hexes are meant to butt up against one another to make a bigger hill. Okay. Be right back. Pardon the delay. Wife got back with some groceries from the big shop. Let's keep going. Oh no, Shock. Isn't Flames of War like 15mm scale or something? Alright, real quick, I want to reassemble this. This is one of the top pucks for my painting handle with a shorter trigger on it, but I want to put the new stuff on here. I think it's a good opportunity to kind of show how this all goes together. Hey, Grim Nation, good to see you. Oh, God, I just rolled over my cable. Stupid thing. Voxel Forge, welcome in, man. Unscrews, and I've got a whole series of magnets in there. And this trigger comes out. It is indeed Grim Nation Hobbies. This is my personally designed magnetic paint grip. There's also this other topper that I have for it that I've been playing with after seeing this on another paint grip. A little spherical magnetic top so that you can hold it at almost any angle. It's kind of interesting. I'm not totally in love with it, but I've really just been kind of playing with the design, and I want to take a magnet out of this. That steel ball just kept rolling across my desk. I need to retrieve it real quick. Don't. Oh God, it was within an inch of falling behind my cabinet. I don't want that to be the case. Crap, I don't have a good place to put it. Let me put it in this drawer. That's a great idea. It won't fall out of the drawer. Alright. I'm using these flat magnets. I want to try using one of these big broad ones instead of the little array of magnets on this one. It is Gear Falcon, yeah, it's just the steel sphere. Oh, come on. Oh, yeah. I see you coming in here, Dr. Rhino, talking about all the minis you gonna paint, like you've got a hope in the world of avoiding the hurricane that's gonna be coming down on you. Oh, yeah, brother. How you doing, Dr. Rhino? Thank you so much for getting that shout-out done, Data Nerd. I'm you know what, it's still early enough in the month. I might take you up on that, Dr. Rhino. Why is this thread not wanting to grip the way that I want it to? Come on. 3D printed threads, man. Sometimes they work great. Other times they're a big pain in my ass. Need to ease the tolerances on this, maybe. Take the magnet out and just see. It should match up easily. Just wants to hang up on one of the threads for some reason. Okay, that's upside down. There we go. Come on. Don't cross-thread on me. Just go on nice and easy like you did before. Oh no, you're just gonna be like this today. Fine. Fine, I say. Get myself some leverage and just torque it down real good. Ah. Coming out of the back end of a migraine. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Dr. Ryan. I'm sorry to hear that you've been suffering from it. I'm glad to hear that you're coming out of it at this point. It just had to be like this. I'm like, let me show off my nice threads on stream, and it's like, I'm gonna misprint your threads, and it's not gonna work. Why? Why is this being like this? All the other ones have worked. No, thank you. Thank you for capturing my failure for posterity to Square. Motherfucker. Every single other one has worked. And this one's like, fuck you. I'm sure the inanimate object feels sorry for making me look. I don't think it does. I think it's enjoying this. I have not had any other threads bind like this. Let me try a different set. I've already torn a hole in my glove, so I'm going to have to swap it. Okay. This will be the bottom one then. Yep. Question is it the threads on the cap or the threads on the core? Seems like it might be the threads on the core, because this one is binding up a bit too. Not as bad. Well, this one's going on easier. I guess it might just be the cap that's fucked. How embarrassing. Get a little lube in there. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Data Nerd. If I was doing this with nobody watching, it would work just fine. Ease the tolerances on this before I print another one, I figure. Damn it, I made the threads nice and big, hoping this wouldn't happen, too. There we go. All I needed to do was get one on. It never needs to come off again, so yeah, I'm gonna ease the threads on this infusion. But anyway, okay, continuing on and changing my gloves since I've torn them to shit, being an idiot. The idea is that the bottom cap goes on like so, and then you can just attach one of these triggers. Goes right through the middle, and I've made this larger than my original version on this. And then the other cap screws on top. Oh, sure, this one goes on easy. Oh, sure. Yeah, why the fuck not? That one just goes on no problem. What a load. It must be the core. I must have mussed up the threads when I redid it or something.
Here at Thunderhead Studio, we specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
And more and more and more. This screws onto this one real easy, so, I wonder what I did. I did something wrong, clearly. I'll have to sort that out post-stream. But anyway. Tighten this up. Yeah, the other one certainly did not seem to like the glove at all. There we go. And then you can, any mini that has a magnetic bottom, which I put washers in all of my bases, can just attach right to the top here. And I use plenty of magnets specifically because I've been painting a lot of larger metal figures lately. And I wanted to make sure it was something that could hold on to, say, for instance, a big ol' Privateer Press Warjack in metal. And then once it's on the puck there, you just clack that right down onto your paint grip, and there you go. And if you want to change it off, you don't have to grab the model, you can just remove the puck and put a new one on with a different figure without having to remove this. You can also take this off and just use this as the grip, which I like to do sometimes because you can get that real close-in kind of claw grip on it. And the magnets are strong enough. You can put a metal figure on there and not really have any issues. I wouldn't, like, shake it really hard like a maraca or anything like that, but this works pretty well. And there's a screw-in insert you can see on the bottom here that's filled with metal fender washers, so that the whole thing is very weighted towards the bottom. Even when it has a metal figure in it, it's very, very difficult to knock over. Glove back up since I destroyed the ones I was wearing. And after stream, I'll get to figure out where I fucked up those threads, since my initial file clearly worked just fine. Might just be printer slop, honestly. And this one, I've got different types of triggers. So like this one is for shorter figures so that you can actually kind of choke up on them. Get your hand all the way around it and kind of hold it like this. Or if you need to hold it upside down, you can use this as sort of a thumb loop and put your fingers on top, and then you can kind of paint in a downward direction. Just giving myself as many options as I can. Alright, let's keep going. Let's see what kind of damage we can do. It's all just sort of a bespoke paint grip that I've been working on for myself, and like everything else I make for myself, I just kind of make it available to anyone else who might want to use it. The Kingsman, is that a prequel to the Kingsman movies? Is that what that is? Okay. I'm almost certainly going to watch it when it becomes available on one or another streaming service then. The origin story. Can we give a single scene an Academy Award instead of a whole movie? See, that's a good question to ask of the previous Kingsman movies, too. Because, like, the first one had... Was it the first one or the second one that had the scene where everybody's heads explode? Because the rest of the movie, I'm like, it's entertaining, it's fine, it's okay. And then we get to the church sequence, and I'm like, this scene here, this is the one. The one where Colin Firth murders everyone in the world. It's an amazing scene. It was a great scene. And they won nothing for it. Oh, what a tragedy. What a tragedy. How you doing today, Waffles? That was a great scene. That was a good enough scene that I've got to be honest with you, I don't remember the plot of the movie. But I do remember that scene.
I know you're really focused, Thunderhead, but your camera is not.
It fucking is. You are so full of shit. You're focused on my finger, not the model. I should be using a finer brush for this, but I don't want to trade out brushes, so I'm just kind of mongling it. I'm gonna wind up having to clean this up with black anyway. Pick up what I can from the light chain texture here. Don't want to focus too much on it. Don't want to waste a lot of time. Alright. I'll do some basic reflections for the helmet. Are you doing 7 Days to Die, Waffles? Something got a cell phone signal making people into rage zombies. The cure was an implant for the people who paid for one, and one blew up people's heads. Didn't it have, like, Sam Jackson in it? I vaguely remember the movie. I remember, I think it was the second one. Wasn't there a scene where Mark Strong sings Country Roads? I vaguely remember that. Clover, 3368, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream, my friend. Alright, establishing broadly where I want my reflections to go. Vidole, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. You're like, I can still hear that one. That was number 2. Okay. So I have seen both of the one, well, 2 of the 3 that exist I have seen. I just don't really remember anything except the very few specific sequences. Which is fine for, like, a fun action movie. Like, you know, did they really expect me to remember every scene in the damn movie, or did they really expect me to just kind of hook on to the few scenes they put a lot of effort into and be entertained by them? I think I know the answer. I'm gonna put a good amount of reflection high up on his helmet and then have it peter out as it goes lower, and then pick up right at the top of the flared out portion. Just take this pigment and ease it out into the shape of the brow. Oh. Well, Vitale, I don't speak much Spanish, which is unfortunate, really. You'd think that I would. But welcome. I'm glad that you like the mini, and I hope that you enjoy watching me paint. Are you a painter? Oh, you just said that you were. Yes, you are a painter. I guess I could read things. Well, welcome in. Giant hideous wire nuts in place. I have any on the right side, and the wires do not want to splice around that one. New fan running. Where the fuck do I put the wire brushes? There are so many things that you can, like, print. So many potential storage options. Why, thank you, gay guy. I see what you're doing. I see. Welcome in anyway. Oh my god, I left a mold line on top of his head and you can see it right there. I'm so ashamed of myself. I guess it's a good thing this is the crappiest of the Vaders I'll be painting. Oh my god. Well, thank you. Thank you for the follow regardless.
Here
Welcome
at
to the
Thunderhead
stream.
Studio, we specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
And more and more and more and more. It never seems to end, does it? Let's ease that out a little bit more. And I think I'm going to grab just a little dab of titanium white here. And just very gently apply a little bit of it to this high glare spot. A little bit more. Not a lot, though. Very gently. And then let's see if we can't kind of ease out those edges. Well, I want a different brush for that. I want a more precise brush if I'm going to do that. Let me find something. This phalanx number 3 will even do, more than likely. I can hear my printer under extruding right now, and it's causing me pain. Oh, awesome. 3 green stuff cloaks from being able to prime these models. Can have them all done by the end of the week. God, I have no understanding of how you manage to spend so much time painting. I know I've been painting particularly slow lately, but at least it's been because I've been sculpting a lot of stuff. Dr. Rhino, though, is a machine. I'd say he's an animal, but I feel like that joke is way too easy. come back in with a little bit of black. A little bit of black over here. Kind of work that back in. Just bought the Adeptus Titanicus box game. I've heard good things about Adeptus Titanicus. I know Alex over at Steel Warrior is just now getting into that one. I told him not to. I told him he's got plenty of stuff to do, but he didn't listen to me. Know anything about lenses? I really don't. In all honesty, negative charisma. I'm not the person to ask. Matt Yee, the streamer Matt Yee, knows I believe quite a lot about lenses. He's a big AV guy. I would recommend asking him. That he's who I would go to ask. So, Dr. Rhino, we're talking pure quantity and not quality, right? We're talking just number of models painted. Not like gaming the system, not being particularly lazy when you don't have to or anything like that, but we're talking quantity up to, say, a tabletop standard. Can we agree on that? Hamburg, tossing out some of them biddies. Let me just slip that. Hang on, my waist strap there. You can just put it right there. Thank you so much, Hamburg. I appreciate it, man. How do we feel about those helmet reflections, chat? Is that looking? Because I feel like I've been staring at it and I can't tell if it looks good or not. I feel like a touch more black wouldn't hurt anything. It's getting lighter than I really want it to be. Right in here. I mean, it's also like these are not ideal lighting conditions. So you're not getting the full picture necessarily, but as long as the placement looks good. I agree, though. A little bit more lamp black is going to help. And then just grab the edge. This is why I'm doing these two Vaders before the third one, is to try out stuff like this, since doing his helmet is going to be more or less the same across all three. More or less, slightly different highlights, but the same concepts. It is negative charisma, yeah. Yeah, it's mostly the placement that I'm concerned with, because everything else I can refine. Going for a slightly more, in my opinion, realistic reflection than a cartoony one. Which means the top of it is mostly light. Because, like, I can always let this cure and then give it a black oil wash if I want to really deepen the black parts, which I probably will. Gear Falcon, he is quite blue. This, and maybe that's not picking up on the camera as much, but all of these grays are quite blue. I'm gonna do an OSL on his saber blade, and that's where I'm gonna work in warm colors. But all I've put down on him so far have been cool tones. But I'm determined not to let the perfect be the enemy of the good, because like I said, I'm doing 3 Vaders. So if I don't like how this one turns out, I can modify my approach to the next ones. Hey, how you doing, Pigpen? Yeah, and I may go bluer. I may try mixing in like some cobalt or phthalo blue for the next round if he ends up being more gray than I want him. But again, this is the crappiest of the Vaders. After this, we're going to do the better sculpt operative Vader, and then finally we're going to do the limited edition celebration Vader. That's quite the accomplishment, certainly, Voxel Forge. Say what you will about him, but when it comes to killing kids, I mean, he's really got it on lockdown. What a guy. As far as the all-time child-killing Hall of Fame goes. God, that was such a leap. That scene, I know it's like really famous. And, you know, it sticks with people because it's kind of shocking. It's shocking because the rest of that movie is a fucking children's movie. The rest of that movie has silly droids saying silly things and cartoon characters talking about poo-poo. And then it's like, here's the scene where the main character murders a bunch of children. George Lucas is out of his fucking mind. It's not that I'm particularly appalled by the nature of the scene, it's just it didn't belong in that movie. You gotta pick a tone, man. Here's the scene in the children's movie where the bad guy begs for his life, and then the main character murders him anyway. Oh, great. In all fairness, though, Newt Gunray was too stupid to live. Yeah, but those were apparently, like, Sand People children, and I guess those don't count. Sand People didn't count as people until the Book of Boba Fett, or I guess, The Mandalorian Season 2. And then suddenly they got to be people. As far as George Lucas was concerned, they were more sand than people. Coarse, rough, irritating, and they get everywhere. Let me grab another brush for a particular purpose. Here we go. That's a terrible acronym. That's just awful. I like Book of Boba Fett so far. You know, I find myself wanting to complain about it just because, like, complaining about Star Wars is at this point, a part of who I am as a human being. I can't say in honesty that it is any dumber than anything else that Star Wars has ever done. It has some blatantly stupid things in it, and some very questionable writing, but, you know, everything has to be relative. And when I ask myself, is this honestly dumber than... And I'll be totally fair, is this honestly dumber than even Return of the Jedi? And the answer is no. It really isn't. Oh, Hamburg, thank you for the reminder. Lest we forget, Return of the Jedi was pretty stupid, honestly. Return of the Jedi has a handful of really great scenes in it, but I feel like the movie overall is still pretty dumb. No dumber than the newest films. Well, and this is, like I said, everything's relative, and it's important to recognize where everything falls in the continuum of Star Wars stupidity. There are far more, and I don't think anyone would disagree with this, no matter which series of films you might be a fan of. There is vastly more bad Star Wars than there is good Star Wars. I mean, a lot more. The good Star Wars is kind of few and far between. Most of it's kind of shit at this point. That wasn't always true, but there didn't used to be 19,000 Star Wars movies either. And if you'd like to know, if you'd like a yardstick to understand just how much you disagree with me broadly on Star Wars, I can give it to you, alright? You want to hear where I stand on it? Rebels. Star Wars Rebels, the cartoon show with Kanan Jarrus and Ezra Bridger, is the best Star Wars content on the planet. Rebels is the most Star Wars that Star Wars has ever been. Rebels is more Star Wars than the Star Wars. And I say this just because I know a number of you at this moment are going to go, oh, he's full of shit. And I want you to know just how much you can discount my opinion if we disagree on that. There, I think working that black back in there was a good choice. Since it's a highly reflective helmet, it needs to have some nice deep black in it. See, I liked it, Shock, but it was kind of a love letter to the old, like, Ralph McQuarrie and Joe Johnston concept art. Oh, Vader was great in Rebels. Every appearance that Vader had in Rebels was fantastic. I like the first one when he almost kills Ezra with his own lightsaber. And then he just sort of, like, catches an AT-ST, because he can do that. I think that this, of all the streams I do, is the most appropriate place for me to talk about Star Wars, Sumitha, because as noted, I am painting a Star Wars figure. Other times, I'll just start talking about it out of nowhere, but this time, well, this time it makes perfect sense. A slightly thinned down titanium white here, so I can come in and do some Good spot highlights. Jar Jar was fine in the Clone Wars. He was irritating as shit in the actual movies, but in the Clone Wars, he was just fine. Shit, in the Clone Wars, he was genuinely funny a couple of times. I don't care. I don't care who hears me say it. He was. Be very sparing in my application here so I can get those bright reflection points. Now, in fairness, Dr. Rhino, that was a line from the comic books and not from any of the media where they had James Earl Jones do his actual voice. I really liked his appearance in Rebels. His duel with Ahsoka was a wonderful, wonderful moment. It was a big payoff for fans of the Clone Wars, obviously, since people who just watched the movies would have no fucking clue who Ahsoka Tano was. But, like, man, Ahsoka, she busts open his helmet so that you have the one eye of Anakin Skywalker looking out at her. She realizes who he is, and they have that great exchange where she's like, Anakin? He's like, Anakin Skywalker is dead. I killed him. She says, then I will avenge his death. And he turns her shit right back around on her. Revenge is not the Jedi way. God damn, that's a great scene. It's a great line. I'm not saying it isn't Dr. Rhino. I'm just saying we never got to hear James Earl Jones actually say it, so it doesn't have quite the same impact. But that is a great moment. He's surrounded by rebel troopers. They tell him to surrender because he's surrounded, and he says, I'm surrounded by nothing but fear and dead men. God damn, Vader was so much more badass in the comic books than he ever was in the movie. Well, that's not even necessarily true. Somebody asked earlier about the scene from Rogue One, the Vader hallway fight scene, and I have a few reasons I don't like that scene. I have a few reasons I don't like that scene for the same reason that I don't like it when Sheev Palpatine pulls out a lightsaber suddenly, the same reason I didn't like when Yoda pulled out a lightsaber. And it's because, you know, I grew up in a world of Star Wars where that didn't happen. When I was a kid, those scenes did not exist. They came into existence when I was a teenager. And for me, the weakness is that in my head, I had already thought about, like, oh, so why doesn't Yoda have a lightsaber? Why doesn't the Emperor have a lightsaber? Well, what makes sense to me is that a lightsaber is beneath them. What made sense to me as a kid was that Yoda doesn't use a lightsaber because he's a fucking Force wizard of unbelievable power and control. Same thing with the Emperor. The Emperor wielding a lightsaber is him lowering himself. Why would he need a lightsaber? You pull out your little sword and he's like, that's adorable. I shoot lightning. Lots and lots of lightning. I don't need a weapon. I am a Dark Force sorcerer. Thank you very much. But at some point, George Lucas decided that lightsabers were the most important thing ever, and I was like, oh. That's unfortunate. It kind of cheapens a lot of that early stuff for me. But see, that never made any sense to me, Automat Americana, and it's because I always put into the Force a lot of the philosophical concepts of magic. Like, to me, the lightsaber served the same purpose as, say, a wizard's staff, or, you know, the sword in the context of the young hero in the fantasy novel, which is where this came from. The sword, the lightsaber, the staff of the wizard is not their power. It's their focus. It is an object that helps them to focus their mind and their thoughts and channel those thoughts, channel their power through the physical world and make something happen. But it's a crutch. It's something that young Force users, that young magicians, that less talented wizards might rely upon. But it's not who they are, and if it's who you are, then you're just not very good at what you're doing. And then at some point, George Lucas decided that, no, it's the most important thing ever, and it can block Force lightning, and it saves the universe. And I was like, oh. It was the second that Yoda pulled out a lightsaber that I was like, oh, no. He doesn't need that. He's above that. He should have been, anyway. And yes, I'm really focusing in on his helmet because I feel like this is where a lot of the paint job on this character lives or dies. I'm going to ease it out and add more black in once I've got the highlights I want. There you go, Dragon Printer. Like the fucking Schwartz ring in Spaceballs. The ring is Bupkis. I found it in a Crackerjack box. The Schwartz is in you, Lone Star. Like the Sarah Michelle Gellar who's married to Freddie Prinze was the seventh sister. Yeah, that was kind of cool. Freddie Prinze Jr., by the way, probably my favorite performance he's ever given. One of the only performances Freddie Prinze Jr. has ever given that I give a shit about. This is Kanan Jarrus. He should have had the entire lightsaber duel without ever physically touching his lightsaber. Yeah, he should have just been wielding the Force. I very much agree with that. But, you know, this all follows a theme, and that theme is that George Lucas is a giant infant. But to get back to what I was saying about Rogue One, that's kind of one of the reasons that... Now, obviously, Darth Vader used a lightsaber. He always has used a lightsaber. So I'm not saying he shouldn't have used a lightsaber. What I'm saying is that, you know what scene I found far more badass than his lightsaber slaughter in Rogue One? Is the scene that chronologically occurs, like, I don't know, 12 hours later, where the 501st Stormtrooper Corps blows open the doors to the Tantive 4, and a bunch of stormtroopers charge through, and a bunch of them die, and they kill a bunch of rebels. And then once everyone is dead, Darth Vader kind of walks in, and he looks around like, oh, look, some corpses, and then he moves on. That is, to me, and I know this seems backwards to a lot of people who just wanted to see him wave a lightsaber around, that to me seemed so much more badass. He's not gonna sully his hands with killing rebel troopers. Like, why would he? He's so far above that at this point. He didn't even turn on or think about his lightsaber until Obi-Wan Kenobi showed up. And at that point, he's like, okay. Yeah, I'll fight this guy. He's not gonna fight some rebels. Why would he? There's no question of who's gonna win. He has people for that. Vader has rage issues to a point, but he was never in the original movies portrayed as really being out of control. If anything, he was very stoic. He would get annoyed, like when he choked the captain out and broke his neck holding him in the air with one hand. The other way around could be argued. He's not going to sully the Force by using it as a sledgehammer like that. He has more mundane weapons for that. It can't really be argued, though, Automat Americana, because using a lightsaber is also using the Force. If we're talking about, like, Yoda, Dooku, the Emperor, like... First of all, the Emperor wouldn't give a shit, but I assume we're not talking about him. I assume we're talking about Yoda. Sullying the Force. He'd be the only one who gave a shit. But are you telling me that Yoda leaps around and does spins like a ninja without using the Force? Because that doesn't make any sense. I just hated that scene. It was so juvenile. Furthermore, that's contradicted by Dooku's own line in the scene when he says, "It's clear that this contest will not be decided by our knowledge of the Force, but by our skills with a lightsaber," which implies that lightsaber skill is a discipline above the use of the Force itself. Well, that's just it, Automat. He did do that. He literally... If that's the case, I mean, honestly, if we're being totally honest, Automat, about the scene between Yoda and Dooku, by that logic, which I agree with, because Yoda himself said that a true Jedi uses the Force for knowledge and defense, never for attack. If that were the case, I don't think Yoda would have confronted Dooku in the first place. But I'm almost embarrassed to argue points in a movie called Attack of the Clones, which was so poorly written that it's really pretty famously terrible. For God's sake, the name of the movie was Attack of the Clones. How fucking awkward. Losing myself on the helmet here a little bit. I'm going to move away from it for a bit and do some other parts here. My titanium white, a little thin down. I don't want it going on quite so thick. There we go. Okay, I'm not saying it's not a literal description.
You can just go ahead and blorb that paint on anywhere. It's not like we're trying to get inside the lines or anything.
I'm not saying that Attack of the Clones is not an accurate, literal description of the events that occur in the movie. It is. What I'm saying is that it's a terrible fucking title. Yes, it is accurate. To that, I will agree. It's just awful. I'm not gonna finish this guy in one session. I gotta hurry up. I want to see what I can do in one session, so I'm gonna speed this up and I'm gonna stop being so particular. DocWeb420, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream, my friend. Best Vader fight is when Vader had to face Batman. I like that. That's Bat in the Sun, right? Batman, like, hits him with an EMP, and it disables his suit, and he's all trying to breathe. He's like, try breathing without your suit. And he's like, my mastery of the Force is still enough to defeat you. He's like, yeah, but if you're focused on using the Force to breathe, you're not as focused on me. And then Batman has, like, energy fists, and he just starts beating the shit out of Darth Vader with them. That's great. He goes and, like, gets a lightsaber out of Vader's armory and starts using it against him. And I'm like, of all the people who could probably use a lightsaber, I'd buy that Bruce Wayne could use a lightsaber. He doesn't win. In the fight, Vader wins. Because Vader would win. In fact, he eventually literally rips Batman apart using the Force. That's how the fight ends. This is a video. This isn't a comic. It was a live-action video that Bat in the Sun shot. Well, in the second ending, though, Batman doesn't beat Vader, Voxel Forge. Batman stalls Vader long enough for Superman to escape, and then Superman beats Darth Vader, which... Okay, fine, yeah. Seems very fair to me, honestly. He is Superman, after all. Oh, I just slipped. My hand just slipped. Whoopsies. It's okay. Grab another brush real quick. And a touch of white spirits. And I should be able to just pull that right out of there. Yep. No big deal. Easy peasy. Leave that alone for a minute. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the reminder. But yeah, I maintained that second ending that people like so much, that's not Batman beating Vader. Well, okay. It's Batman beating Vader according to the way that Batman probably would if he were able to. Which is to say... Because, you know, Batman's the world's greatest detective, and the whole thing is he always has a plan for everything, and it's not necessarily going to be him beating you with his fists that ultimately defeats you. So I appreciated that they had the only scenario where Batman beats Darth Vader is one where he is able to distract Vader long enough for someone stronger to come along and then beat him. You know, one I also like is Bat in the Sun, Scorpion versus the White Ranger. That one's fucking great. But then there's that really, really unfortunate Joker one that the guy who does Bat in the... I will say one thing. The guys at Bat in the Sun do a fantastic job with choreography, but they got, like, a little bit of notoriety for what they were doing, and the dude who owns it lost his fucking mind on an ego trip. He tried to have people petition to have him direct the next Batman movie and shit, and it was like, oh, no. No. Like, you do decent fight scenes on a slim budget, man, but... He did that one bit of writing for the Joker, and it was so fucking cringe. It was like reading a high school sophomore's fucking edgelord diary. It was so bad. And then he was trying to get people to petition for him to direct a movie. Like, oh, no. No. Go back to your fight scenes. Go back to your who would win between Mace Windu and Raiden from Mortal Kombat. Let's just... Yeah, why not? Let's just have all the various Sam Jackson roles fight each other and see which one would win. I'd watch it. One of them isn't even a character, it's just Sam Jackson. Oh, I've got one, thank you. There's no way I'm gonna get through the OSL in a single session. There's no way in hell. I'm just gonna focus on trying to do the black and differentiate the fabric from the armor. If I can do that, I'll feel good. Sam Jackson was in the Eddie Murphy Raw opening scene on the VHS. Was he really? I had no idea. I mean, to be fair, I don't know that I've ever watched Eddie Murphy Raw on VHS. Not that I wasn't alive at a time where I could have, I certainly was. I just didn't. Let's get a little bit more black. He's the uncle that liked the monkey joke. He had a lot of weird little side roles back in the 80s and 90s. Sam Jackson, for instance, is... I think most people probably know this. Sam Jackson has a tiny role in the Eddie Murphy movie Coming to America. He's the guy who holds up the McDowells with his famous line, "Who the fuck is this asshole?" Which, of course, he delivers with all of the vigor and verve that we would come to expect from Samuel L. Jackson. A little more right here. I want to grab little bits of his grill. I don't... just a little bit. Just a little bit. Doesn't need much. And then his cheeks. I'll darken around the eye sockets and try to do his eyes in that red-brown. It's going to be a tiny detail, but I think worth doing because his eye lenses were kind of an amber to red color. Very gentle with the white application because I keep putting down too much of it. Right there, that's, I think, too much. I'll ease it out. Too much into the wrong direction. There we go. That's more like what I was thinking. Dragon Printer, thanks for hanging out, man. You have a great night. I think more blue next time. I'm getting an idea for how I want to approach the next Vader, and I think he is going to be bluer. I started with a blue, but not enough. Not enough of a blue. Ease these whites out. Yeah, well, it's gonna be a hell of a year. I think we can all agree it's shaping up to be one of those years. And by one of those years, I mean, you know, everything after 2016 or so. the fabric out a little bit more, I think. Needs to be significantly duller than the armor to sell the look. I'm gonna keep it real soft. I'm really glad that I started streaming when I did, right about February of 2020. I think that with the way the last few years have gone, I would have lost my fucking mind if I didn't have this stream and you find folk to kind of bullshit with while I paint and keep myself working on things. I really think I would have just gone fucking crazy. Yeah, paint that Vader dick. Get in there. Vader probably doesn't have a dick. You realize that, Daylight Gamer. You know, actually, you know what? We have a rare captured image of Darth Vader's penis. For those of you who would like to see it, those of you with small children at home, you know, viewer discretion is advised. But here you go. I mean, he got a lot of special features in that armor.
Welcome, everyone, to Thunderhead Studios, where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals. Please don't.
Have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me. For the love of God. Don't do it, but that doesn't mean I can't show you Anakin's. Nowhere in the clause does it specify that. That also applies to Vader's. How you doing, DLG? Folks, Daylight Gamer is a good personal friend of mine. Probably one of my oldest friends at this point. Let me think about that. Quite possibly the oldest friend that I still have. We've been friends for a long damn time, DLG. We've been friends for long enough that we, you know, remember the Star Wars prequels coming out at the same time. God damn, that's insane. But folks, he is a fantastic variety streamer, one of my favorite places to hang out on Twitch, and the man who inspired me to start streaming in the first place. Go drop him a follow and check out what he has to offer next time he's on, because what he has to offer is an amazing beard filled with corgis. It's filled with corgis. He kind of rustles it a little bit, and two corgis just go bloop bloop and pop right out. It's fucking amazing. When we inevitably do a biopic, however you want to pronounce it, of DLG, it's going to be called Beard Full of Corgis. You know, like Fistful of Dollars? But, Beard Full of Corgis. Come on, that's funny. Fuck's sake. No, that's the Toby Keith song, Riot Sister. Whiskey for my man, and beer for my corgis. Why do I know that song? God damn it. Probably because it was the one song he did with Willie Nelson, and Willie's kind of awesome. Brushes here a little bit. Oh, it's true. You guys are kind of in the same area. I'll tell you what, DLG. You ever do decide to start tabletop gaming, head over to San Antonio, hit up Night Watch Games. That's the place to be. Genuinely one of the best friendly local game stores I have ever patronized. What's better than homemade Irish soda bread and Kerrygold butter? Rare smoked prime rib with a side of garlic butter asparagus and a nice single malt scotch. That's better than that. But I really gotta reach for that. My prize, you coming over for I'm cooking, I assume. I see your game, Dr. Rhino. And I have to say, well played. Because, you know, I'm down too. I'm not even mad. It's for making your pee smell funny. There are pussy dentists? Is that for that vagina dentata issue? That seems like a very, very specialized discipline. And yeah, for anybody wondering, anybody who might be new here, this is roughly the quality of discourse we generally get up to, and I'm a little sorry, but not like a lot sorry. Clearly not sorry enough to stop, so how sorry could I be?
Welcome back to 50 Shades of Cold Gray, Chapter 5. Thunderhead smiled as he held 2 brushes aloft, staring down at his workstation and me with an evil light glinting in his eyes. He put both sets of bristles into the Glorby fluids, chuckling to himself as he did so. Looks like it's time for 2 brushes, 1 paint pot.
God, even that,
Welcome back
that
to
is going
50
to be
Shades
dated
of
before
Cold
long.
Gray, Chapter 4. Thunderhead slowly brushed up and down the leg of the miniature as I watched from the desk, my glistening paint waiting for his brush to get even more. The desire was there, he knew that, but he still kept painting that mech's crevices again and again, even after his paint ran thin. Oh, I suppose I need more paint, he said, smirking as he reached past me for another jar, dipping his brush deep inside of it while I watched in agony.
Speaking of biopics, ooh, Lord. I should paint statues. People who paint statues have so much more room to work with than I do. Why do I do this to myself? Missing. I'm actually pretty happy with how the armor looks. I think I might dull down. I think I may just come in here and dull down a lot of what I did on the fabric. It doesn't need to be as bright as it is. Let's just blend it into the black and see if that helps. It already does. Look at that. bring some more black paint in here. Blend it up. Heavier shadows are gonna be my friend, I think. Definitely more blue next time. Like, I think these techniques are working, and I think that my highlight scheme is working decently well, even if I want to refine it some more. But definitely more blue next time, I'm thinking. He wound up getting more and more desaturated the more that I've worked on him. It's not necessarily Night Watch. Like, I could just kind of glaze blue in, but I'm really kind of stopping myself from overthinking this one. I want this one to just be as it is, and then we're going to do more Vaders, so we're going to try new things. I've identified patterns in my painting over the last few months wherein I have been overthinking and overworking models, and I'm trying to just be a little bit more relaxed about my paint work. Try new things and let it lie, and focus on doing better on the next model rather than redoing the same model over and over until I'm precisely happy with it. I think that's a better way to go. It's certainly, like, it is what I preach, and I should probably try practicing that every now and then, you know? Need more contrast in the armor, less contrast in the fabric. Matthias Karlsruhe. Matthias Karlsruhe. I'm gonna go with Matthias, or Matthias, whichever you prefer. Either way, thank you for the follow, and welcome to the stream. Alright, so I'm not gonna completely finish him in one session, but I am making good progress on him, and I guess that's what matters, right? Ease that out a little bit. Ease all of this a teeny little bit here. I'm liking how the helmets come out for the most part. I don't think it's quite there, but it's looking pretty decent. Definitely more blue. Definitely more blue. You know, I saw you post that before I did this crossbow roof, but I did not watch it. Generally speaking, keeping the black from looking gray has to do with not spreading your highlights too wide. That's why I'm saying less contrast on the fabric, so the fabric can look more gray. I want the armor to look more black, so I want smaller highlighted areas, which is why I'm thinking of working more black in. If your highlights are too large, then it just looks like the object is supposed to be gray. Oh, Hamburg, thank you so much for the reminder. The trick with white and black, broadly speaking, is usually to not use much white or black. Go ahead and put down a little bit of cadmium red deep hue on the saber blade. Just to get that started. That kind of set in place for a little while, because I'm going to want to do the white core of this after the red has cured a bit. I want that high contrast, because painting lightsabers is always tricky because of how they're sort of drawn and rotoscoped in the movies. They have a very, very bright core, and the color itself, there's not much. If you really look at the movies, the color of a lightsaber is mostly the light being reflected on objects around it, and a little halo of color around what is an almost pure white core. And it can be very tricky to paint that way. Also going to wind up bringing in some red for... where are his red buttons? Looks like all three down one side, and then he's got red and blue. Finer brush than this. What am I doing? For doing teeny tiny buttons, I should definitely be using a finer brush. That's why I don't have them. All my phalanx brushes are over here for some reason. Little touches of red. Be nice and dark, because I'll bring in a highlight later for the middle of them to make them look like they're kind of lit up. Yeah, that's the other thing you have to do also, Night Watch games, is if you're going to paint lightsabers that way, you kind of just have to pick a viewing direction and do the core. You have to sort of pick a golden angle. Let me see, do I have any of my lightsabers here to demonstrate that with? I think all my lightsaber figures might be out in my game room right now. I do have one lightsaber I kind of like that'll show how I do it, which is you pick a viewing angle, like on Anakin's saber here. If you look at it from this direction, it's pretty much just a flat blue. If you look at it front on, it's white with that little bit of blue halo. And same thing from behind. You essentially pick two directions for it to be viewed from. And that's mostly white, and then do a little bit of OSL like I did on his hand there, to kind of sell the glowing effect of it. I do, interestingly enough, I have the very first Vader figure that I ever painted. And it's awful. This is... It's not good. This is the Imperial Assault Vader, which is kind of a weak sculpt, but it's also just not a very good paint job. Yeah, you would have seen me actually using this figure, Nightwatch. Painted this years ago. Well, it was for Imperial Assault, Dr. Rhino, and on Imperial Assault I use clear bases because it's played on a printed board. And I always felt like when playing those games with the printed boards and spaces, it was a real shame to cover up the nice art on the board, so clear base. Alright, what do I want to work on here? I can see some spots. How you doing today, Sphere? Good to see you. How'd the rest of your stream go, man? I win every round, Dr. Rhino, whether you want to admit it or not, pal. Oh, Christ, what did I just do with my red brush? There it is. Thank you so much for that shout-out, Riot Sister. Folks, go give Sphere a follow. He's been streaming a bit more lately. He's got a real eye for color. I enjoy watching him work. Putting some red in on top of the black here. It's not going to show much. This is one of those details that, I gotta be honest, I don't think it really matters if you do or not. Because it winds up being so dark with only a little bit of glare highlight. Because you don't want his eyes to be bright red. That would look strange. But I do like doing his eyes in red because the lenses on the Darth Vader costume are kind of a deep amber red. Also adds a little bit more color to the figure overall. Subtle color, but color nonetheless. I am indeed Gear Falcon. I'm gonna try something. I got a half hour, and I did tell myself I was just gonna be like, alright, however much you painted, that's how much you painted. So let's start. Let's glaze in some reds here, and let's start bringing them up. See if I can't do a loose OSL, eh? I almost don't want this red. I almost want cadmium scarlet. Let me try my scarlet hue. It's a little brighter. Wapple is definitely the man to learn from, Sphere. He has some idea what he's doing. I want to lighten it with a yellow. I gotta lighten it with a yellow. I don't want to lighten it with white. I don't want to desaturate it. It needs to be a glow. orange that I'm happy with here. Start trying to apply it. See how it comes out. Let's thin it out a little bit. Build it up. And this effect, trying it here, and it's kind of starting to work, but I may honestly wind up waiting for this to cure before I continue with the OSL, because I think it's just a little bit easier to do when I'm not working on the uncured black. Obviously it wants to blend quite a lot. And it's just darkening very, very quickly. Need to apply for a class just to learn anything. Just anything at all. There you go, Cybor. Yeah, play something. Relax a little bit. Try leaning into the white a little bit, just to brighten things up. Saturated, yes, but brighter, and then maybe I can come back in with some reds and resaturate it once I've established where the glow's going to be. Need to contemplate this a little bit before I continue with it. Contemplate which red I'm using. It's not quite coming out the way I want it to, and I really think that letting the black cure is going to help me, because every single time I'm putting a color down right now, it's blending in with the black. Which is a strength of oils, admittedly. It might just be a weakness in my painting technique, too. Yeah. I think so. I'll let the black cure before I do any more with the red, but I'm thinking red up the leg here, on the side of the box here, on the edge of the codpiece, maybe here on the cloth. A little bit on the edge of the helmet, and then a tiny bit on the edge of this leg will probably be good. I don't want to carry it as far over as the other arm. Now, this is one of the things about oils, is every now and then you gotta take a step back and just let that son of a bitch cure, particularly if you want to do some like freehand on top. It definitely helps to let the previous coat cure first. and some lamp black. Just build this shadow up to separate these two parts. Definitely coming together pretty well, though. For a first try, this isn't bad. Like I said, we're going to take the lessons learned here and carry them forward into more Vaders. So now's the time to get the experimentation out of the way. Right? That doesn't sound like me at all. Let's try some of this cadmium scarlet, see what it looks like. It's a very orange-red. I think the cadmium scarlet's going to be the choice. I'm definitely going to come back with it after the black is cured more, because it's going to go on easier and contrast better. Using your metal sculpting tools you just got for the first time. Oh, for green stuff sculpting? Have you tried using, like, silicone color shapers? Because they're kind of amazing for that particular task. First, full squad, battle ready, minus shades and basing. Noob Corps, that's a hell of an accomplishment. What's the squad? Out of curiosity. Man, I struggle with red still. Put a deep red down because I can get a nice dark red, and then I can build up the scarlet on top of that to get it a little bit more vibrant, I think. I think that'll work. Being impatient right now, but I'm not going to take this any further than the lower quadrant of the model. Getting that right pop is going to be the trick on the edges that'll make it actually look like a glow. Tempestus Science. Science? Tempestus Science. I can talk. I speak English so well. Oh my god. Tempestus Scions of the Lambden Lion Regiment. Very, very nice new corpse. Can we... you have a picture? You have a picture? Because you got about 16 minutes and you can post it to the Storm Report. I really just like I'm not doing green stuff anymore, Dr. Rhino. If I need to sculpt something, baby, I'm doing that shit in ZBrush. Thank you very much. My printer has solved that problem for me. I did a bunch of green stuff sculpting back in the day. I can't bring myself. You know what it is? If I sculpt something one fucking time, I never want to sculpt it again. And sculpting for 3D printing means that I can sculpt it the one time and then print it as many times as I want after that. God bless your old schooling conversion ways. I just can't bring myself to do it anymore. Back in, because I got a lot of that white on the underside. That's actually where I want pure black. I think that'll help if I can get in under here. Define that edge a little bit more clearly. Yeah, that's more like it. That's the truth, Sumitha. Yeah, if it doesn't turn out right, if there's something a little off, I just fix it digitally, and then print another one. And this is about where we're gonna land on Vader for tonight. This, for me, is not bad for one painting session. I think the cape still needs a little bit of work. I think, and again, I'm not letting myself go back to correct anything that's going to take a lot of time on this guy. We are experimenting because we're going to take the lessons learned on him and use it on this honestly crisper and nicer operative Vader, which is the next one we're going to paint. And hopefully by then we will have refined our techniques to the point that I will feel comfortable painting this limited edition, really, really snazzy Vader. But I think there's some refinement that can be done on this guy yet without doing any repainting. Definitely gonna go bluer on the next one. And I'm gonna let the black cure before I try finishing the... I'm thinking so, yeah, Data Nerd, some red back here. But I'm gonna let the black cure before I come back in and do more red, because I want the red, and this, again, is a thing with oil painting. I want the red to sit on top of the black. I don't want to keep blending the red into the black, necessarily. The red's very transparent, so it's going to blend out nice no matter what I do. And I think that if I come back and finish the OSL after the black is cured in, say, about 24 hours on his hand and everything, I'll be able to get much nicer red OSL, because I want to do some on this leg, I want to do some going up this side of his body, catch the edge of his helmet, and the edge of his cape. And then let the red cure a little bit on his lightsaber blade and on his eyes, so I can come in and do the glow and that little bit of glint that he needs. And clean up his mask a little bit. In fact, I can probably do that right now. His Chrysler grill that he's rocking. If I'm gonna do red on the opposite, maybe I can see right here on the inside of the shoulder, and then maybe on the underside of the glove. But if I'm going to do it, it's going to be real subtle. Lightsabers don't glow that much in the movies, but I recognize that I'm painting a mini. And, yeah, I guess the edge of the thumb, like right here, you're thinking, Sumatha? That's not a bad idea. Catch the edge of the thumb with a little bit of red. Then maybe the fingertips, but I mean, this, I'm talking little touches of red at most. Definitely more blue, though. The more I look at it, the more blue I want. It's definitely bluer in person than it's showing up on the camera. I think the helmet reflections came out pretty decent. I think I can refine that some more, but honestly, these are some of the more difficult painting tasks. Painting black fabric and black shiny plastic and glowing red shit. Like, these are... That's why I always thought it was funny that Star Wars Legion released these figures first, and that Star Wars Legion is a game that was pitched to so many, like, new wargamers and people who hadn't painted before, because it's like, here, play the Galactic Empire. Literally one of the most difficult things to paint in all of mini painting. Shiny white armor, shiny black armor, and a glowing red sword. Like, oh my god. These are things that many experienced wargamers won't fucking touch. But there's a lot of good-looking Vaders out there. And I will say, this is something that's really nice about oil painting. If you're painting something that you want to come back to and make modifications to, the paint will stay... In this case, I'm waiting for it to actually cure so that I can get the OSL down. But, like, I could leave this for a few hours, come back to it, and it would still be good to do blending on. It's one of the bonuses of oil painting. I'm going to go ahead and hit his chest switches a little bit with a dark blue-gray. Not much. Not much. Just a touch. Now, just a touch of white. Again, not much. Don't need a lot. You do like the bottoms of them, just to give them that sort of switch. Because these are switches, aren't they? On Darth Vader's chest, they're like switches, are the vertical ones. I think they are. I should probably look at a picture of them. I mean, fuck knows what they do. Or why you would put them right in the middle of your chest. Not that anything about Darth Vader really makes any sense if you think about it. There. That came out pretty good. It's a torso light bright, of course it is. Who doesn't need one of those? Pick out a few of these Greeblies while we're thinking about it. I feel a sneeze coming on. I apologize. I think a little bit right here, too. I'm actually going to go ahead and come in with a little bit of white on spots where I want to do OSL. I'm going to do a little bit of white, because once this cures, it's going to take the red much easier. I got a couple minutes. I want to get as much done as I can. So like here. Edge of the cape, yeah, I think that's a good idea. Kind of like that. That'll be red. But we know from Robot Chicken at least one of these buttons deploys roller skates, so... And his remote control flying fists. Who wouldn't have those? I guess the point of the shoulder down here is another good choice. And in this case, I wouldn't mix white into the red to do this, but if I'm letting it cure, which is theoretically what I'm about to do before I continue applying the OSL, then the white will just be a base and the red will go over top, which should just help the red read clearer and not desaturate it, in theory. If I'm blending the pigments, it'll desaturate. If I'm putting one on top of the other, it shouldn't. I mean, it will a little bit, but nowhere near as bad. I guess probably this side here, right? Because this is facing the blade. Yeah, that makes sense to me. It's a great scene, Data Nerd. When he's in the bathroom, just pushing buttons. Well, and I guess also, probably, these bottom edges that I haven't really done highlights on. Let's do some, so that we can glaze red in over top afterwards. Not all of them. And then the inside point of this shoulder, like we talked about. Lighten that up. Yeah. Right here. And I guess a little bit more on the helmet to, again, give some place for the red glow to really settle in. I like Shang-Chi myself. What did you think of it? It wasn't like an amazing movie. It was a perfectly serviceable kung fu flick with superpowers, which is, I think, all I wanted out of it. We're definitely going to do some on his hand. Let's grab the edge of his thumb here. Lighten that up significantly. And the edge of this funny little raised part on his Mickey Mouse glove. Side of his finger here. Oh, I didn't even think of painting his lightsaber, or the hilt itself. I'll do that last, I guess. We mentioned the inside of this thumb here. Let's go ahead and do some white there. I think the bottom edge of the glove. Do some red in there. This corner of the shoulder. Ooh, bottom edge of the mask. Not a lot, just a little at the bottom edge of the mask, so I want to have some white in there. Oh, I tend to agree. When MCU movies take themselves seriously, they fall the fuck apart. At the same time, they need to not be too silly. There is a Goldilocks zone of taking the subject matter seriously enough to be entertaining, but not so serious that the movie itself becomes cloying. It's a very difficult balance to strike. I think they nailed it pretty perfectly with Guardians of the Galaxy. And personally, I like the Ant-Man movies. I know they're not the most beloved, necessarily, but I quite like them. Alright, I love The Winter Soldier, Dr. Rhino. I think The Winter Soldier is a great movie, largely because of Chris Evans. Not necessarily because of the writing. I think that movie with a different actor could have fallen flat on its face. But I also challenge that it's really a spy movie, because it's still a movie about people jumping through the air, throwing shields at engines and making them blow up. It's more of a spy movie than any other Marvel movie, I'll give you that. Nightwatch, thank you so much for being here, man. You have a fantastic night. I'm not going to criticize The Winter Soldier, because honestly, I love The Winter Soldier too. I think it probably gets more praise than it technically deserves. Get the inside of his thigh here. This makes sense to me. But that's a relative thing. Like, it's being compared to things that are pants on head goofy. It has spy thriller elements, but like, it's... I think part of that, too, is that what it means to be a spy thriller, like, as soon as The Bourne Identity came out, what it means to be a spy thriller got changed. Spy thrillers became more like action movies. So, by that metric, yes, The Winter Soldier is a spy thriller. Oh, yeah, you're absolutely right in that. It's more of a spy movie than Black Widow was, because Black Widow was just... I don't know what the fuck Black Widow was. I didn't even watch all of Black Widow. I'm familiar with what happens in the story, but I couldn't take it. That's not accurate. It's not that I couldn't take it, it's that I did not give enough of a shit about the movie to keep watching it. It seemed quite silly to me, though. I got one for you, Dr. Rhino. I really liked Iron Man 3. I really enjoyed Iron Man 3. I know, everyone loves to hate on that fucking movie. I was very entertained by it. Maybe because it's one of the only Iron Man movies that really, like, deals with character development for Tony Stark. And the whole fight scene that he had where he only had, like, pieces of his suit at a time, that was fucking great. He was fighting the goons with, like, just the Iron Man gauntlet and, like, one boot. I thought that was awesome. I guess I'm gonna do the belt too, aren't I? It's time for the storm report. I need to stop. I need to stop for tonight. This is the progress that we've made. Let me do one last little correction, and we will check out what you fine folk have been posting. I admit the villain in Iron Man 3 was weak, but the villain in all the Iron Man movies are weak as shit. Like, Obadiah Stane was not a good villain. That drunk son of a bitch in the second one, not a good villain. Guy Pearce, not a good villain. Didn't really matter, because in my opinion the third movie was mostly about Tony Stark, and his villain was sort of himself. And I thought that was fine. I liked the idea that he had panic attacks when he wasn't in his armor. Like, he had to put the armor on to feel comfortable. I thought that was a cool element of the movie. I heard terrible things about Iron Man 3 for a long time for Godarung, and then finally I was bored, and I was like, let's just watch Iron Man 3, and I liked it. Everyone wants to rip on, oh, the fake Mandarin, that was a perfectly fine plot point. That movie gets way more hate than it deserves. Alright, I'm putting down my brushes. I'm gonna give them a quick rinse. Oh yeah, it became like a whole thing to where... As far as action scenes go, I swear, Iron Man with only like one Iron Man gauntlet and one Iron Man boot fighting a room full of goons was one of my favorite things. And the fact that one of the goons at a certain point was just like, he's not paying me enough to do this, man. Like I'm just gonna leave, dude, because you're kicking everyone's ass and you have robot parts. Like, I'm good. This dude, he just pays me money. I'm not gonna die. This is not worth it. Yeah, and it was oh my god, the actor who plays Trevor / the Mandarin. Why am I forgetting his name? He's a really famous actor. I can see his face, I can think of other movies he's in, but I can't think of his name right now. Ben Kingsley, thank you. Yeah, he's phenomenal. And his portrayal of fake Mandarin was actually really excellent. I appreciate... So he comes back in Shang-Chi, by the way. Yeah. I thought that was great, too. I liked seeing some follow-up with that poor guy. Who was the... Voxel Forge, like... I don't know. I don't... think that Baron Zemo was weird in The Winter Soldier because they like retconned most of his character. Oh, had one of your favorite villains and you go with Batroc the Leaper. Okay, fine. Batroc the Leaper is a thug level villain. And yeah, no, I liked him too. He also shows up again in Falcon and the Winter Soldier briefly, and he's pretty great there. Because Baron Zemo in the Winter Soldier, honestly... Wait. I'm thinking of Civil War. Baron Zemo was in Civil War. God, why are there so many Marvel movies? I take it back. Baron Zemo in Civil War was kind of fucking weak. And they had to, like, completely retcon him in Falcon and the Winter Soldier into something like what he was supposed to be. And he was better. He was better in Falcon and the Winter Soldier. They didn't just flesh him out, they rewrote him as Rey. Because for some reason in Civil War, he was portrayed as like a white-collar dude who was like away on a work trip and couldn't get back to see his wife and kids. And it was like, what? Okay. And then in Falcon and the Winter Soldier, they're like, oh, he's mysteriously rich and he has a private plane and a mask that I guess was his grandfather's. They essentially rewrote him to be who Baron Zemo actually is in the comics. I don't think they were planning to reuse him when they did him in Civil War. I will say that I thought the conclusion of Civil War, as much as Civil War was... Honestly, Civil War is one of the least of the Marvel films. It has some of the best action, some of the most enjoyable individual sequences. I'm also sad that he didn't use a sword voxel forge. I'm really sad about that. As soon as I saw Swordsman and Hawkeye, though, I'm like, we need Swordsman and Zemo. Fight. I thought for sure they were gonna have Zemo and, like, vaguely Rio, but not really. Well, yeah, but they portrayed him as, like, a military operative, not as a fucking baron. Not as the heir to an extremely wealthy and storied family, or or his grandfather having been part of Hydra, or any of that crap. And they really, at some point, should have had, because the symbolism of the sword and the shield is so perfect, they should have had U.S. Agent and Zemo have a sword versus shield fight, and that just never happened. I don't know why. They had him use a handgun for some reason. Very strange choices in that show. That's kind of the standard for Marvel at this point, though. It's like for every amazing choice they make one that kind of sucks. I guess that's not bad. It sort of shows they're still being experimental and trying new things, which I can't complain about, even if I don't like how it turns out. Alright, my cleanup here is just about done. Used a lot of brushes tonight. But that's okay. I'll give them a more thorough cleaning afterwards. I don't know that they're... Are they gonna do the Thunderbolts? They've got General Ross. Yeah, U.S. Agent, Mockingbird, Zemo. General Ross is a character, so I could see them doing that. It could be a fun... But see, that I feel like the Thunderbolts should have happened during the blip. Wouldn't that have been perfect? Like, they've moved past the point where they can do it. I guess they could retcon it. But the idea of the Thunderbolts coming about during the blip, when the Avengers were gone, they could have been like, we're the new Avengers, everybody! We're the Thunderbolts! But they were secretly sinister and undermining the governments of the world. Like, that would have been a great storyline, but they just rushed right through that period. They were in such a hurry to get Endgame out. And let me just get us all on the same page here, because I think I can say something that most people who are fans of Marvel movies will agree with. And let's face it, those movies are... As much as I complain about them, I clearly watch all of them, so how much complaining... You know, how full of shit am I? But... Infinity War, Endgame. Of these two, Infinity War was by far the superior film. Infinity War was, like, so much better than Endgame. Endgame was satisfying, it had a few good scenes in it, it had some fun goofery, but as far as, like, being a good movie goes, Infinity War was way above it. I mean, even Thanos in Endgame was just, like, not Thanos. He was some other Thanos who was, like, a shittier version of the Thanos that we came to like. Oh, I thought I'd show you guys real quick, because I got these printed out and primed up. These were the sci-fi objective pieces that I was showing off renders of just a little while ago. That I'm pretty happy with. These prints all came out nice. Except for this one has some... I picked the one that I didn't clean up properly. There we go. I like this one. It's like a data cache and a little power unit, and then there's a terminal, a little mobile terminal that's plugged into it. And the idea with this is if you're using it as an objective piece, because usually with objective pieces for tabletop games you need to designate either it's worth a certain number of points, or it corresponds to a certain number for the scenario. So there are these little magnetic pieces, and they go click right on like that. So this can be objective number 2, or it can be an objective that's worth 2 victory points, or whatever you want it to be. And then you can just pop that off, and you can trade it for another one. But there's the data cache terminal. There is sort of a biohazard containment unit. Has 3 little nodes on it, and then like some handles. And that just clicks right in on top to tell you which one it is or how much it's worth. There is this little data uplink, which I think came out pretty nice. Need to actually paint these guys up. And that goes right on there, just like it does on the data cache. And finally, and this one is honestly my favorite. I like this one a lot. I don't remember what I called it. I called it like a spectral analyzer unit, I think. These are for resin, Kursala. These are very much for resin. I don't think that these would print all that well. And, like, you could try them in FDM, but they're very small. And they got a lot of fine... Like, in particular, I did this kind of retro cart on the side here, and you can see, like, it's got some paper that's printed out, and it's kind of hanging off the edge. Like, I wouldn't do this in FDM. There's, like, some folders on the table there. There's a little, what's that called? Like an oscilloscope readout. And then this sort of gyroscope thing, which is doing, you know, something. It's analyzing something or other. Who the hell knows? And then right on top is the spot where you can click on your identifier token. That's what Magneto puts Rogue in to make everyone mutants. There you go. So yeah, there's 4 of them. And I'm really happy with how these came out. All in all. I made these to use with Dead Zone specifically. They're in, they're very much in 28mm scale. If you stand them up next to somebody, like if you put Anakin here standing next to the cart, if anything, it's a little bit short. Or like the little data terminal. Yeah, I think this is honestly one of my favorites. This one here, with a little terminal on top of what appears to be just like a mobile server stack. Data cache. And I put little details to kind of scale it, like the handles. You can sort of tell what scale it should be by the size of the handles. None of them are meant to be particularly large. And like you can see, this one has the cable going up the strut and plugging into that part on top, and a couple cables hanging off the side to kind of help scale it. They're sort of generic sci-fi objectives. Again, I intend to use them with Dead Zone, so the theme of them is really like... Because in Dead Zone, your teams that are going into planets that have been abandoned due to the plague, and you're just trying to sort of snatch and grab valuable things and bring them out with you. So I figured data, lots of it's data, admittedly, in the form of uplinks and analysis engines and, you know, data caches, and then like a little biological containment sample unit. These are all things that you could snatch and grab that might be worth something to someone. And then I think I did up through 6 on these little guys. So you can just print these out, stick a magnet in the bottom of them, and swap them as you need to. Alright. One last look at our progress for tonight. For one painting session, I'm pretty happy with this. I think this came out pretty nice. There's definitely room to improve, and I think I will do one more session on this Vader. And then we'll move on to the operative Vader and see if we can't make him a little bit more striking. Alright. It's time to do the thing. It's time to do the thing. Y'all know what's coming. It's the same thing we do every time.
Alright, locusts and gentlemix, get ready to feast your eyes on gore paint wet palates with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's Storm Report, brought to you by viewers like you.
I gotta reconfigure. Didn't have it set up yet. Okay, here we go. Now I can see. Alright. God, these gloves put crap all over my hands. This is trash. Why is it on my desk? Get the fuck out of here. I try to make things that fit specific games. And since I made these with Dead Zone in mind, WildStar, the idea was in Dead Zone it doesn't matter how large an objective is, really. It just goes in a cube, and then if you're in the cube, you are scoring. So I didn't worry as much about the base size for those. I've got some objectives for like Warcaster, which those might work better for something like Legion, because my Warcaster objectives are very specifically built around having a 20mm area in the center that the objective occupies, and then it has a 1-inch circle around that to indicate, like, okay, if you're touching the circle, then you're scoring. Because, man, I hate when there's an objective. I hate having to measure, like, oh, am I 1 inch away? Am I close enough? Am I... Fuck it, just have a halo, and then when you touch the halo, you're scoring. It's easy. You don't have to ask any questions. You don't have to take any measurements. Let me move these out of the way, because I'm going to slam my elbow into my OO paints if I don't. Okie dokie, let's see what we have tonight. Up first, From Squared writes Wash Me on the Hull. Finished up the Kiernan from Kursala and Cav Tankerous Miniatures, and ooh, that came out nice. Dirty. Looks like it's been running through brush. I love the little splashes of color. The orange, yellow on the side, the little bits of purple. Little bits of interest to keep the camo from becoming too camouflagey, if you know what I mean. They are, White Wolf. You have the right of it. I have been a tournament organizer for many games over many years, and I fucking hate bits of terrain or objectives that cause questions. It needs to be simple, it needs to be straightforward, it needs to be definitive. As definitive as possible. Particularly if you're playing games like Warcaster, where every little millimeter makes a fucking difference. Printed neoprene zones. See, and that's not a bad idea, but that's definitely moving in the direction of playing like old school War Machine, where if things get too defined and they're not allowed to be detailed, they're not allowed to be like 3D thematic objectives, then it just becomes a game of circles. And then all of a sudden everybody's got like steel rings that they're using to determine how far effects go, and then there's 19 tokens next to each unit, and it's just, it looks so ugly. I really try to avoid getting too much into that. I'm not saying neoprene circles are a bad idea, I'm just saying they can be a bit of a slippery slope until you're just playing a board game, really. Which is fine, but that's not what I'm looking to play. It's definitely been mud running. I like that you focused it right here on the front, where it's just been hammering through brush. This came out really nice. Very, very well done to Square. And guys, this Kiernan tank is so damn cool. It has so many weapons on it, and this is now available, I believe, through Rainy River Designs, which you can always get a link to by hitting !RRD, or rather !Rainy River in chat. That's how it works, right? I should know my own commands, probably. Here we have from Gear Falcon. This is still a work in progress. Still have his Cape Power Pack and the rest of the base to do. Ooh, but them Alpha Legion colors are coming out nice, aren't they? I'm not mistaken, right? This is Alpha Legion. Particularly with all the scales, the bronze and the jade. Oh, that's nice. I love the splashes of the really bright, like lime or livery green, and putting that really bright green next to the gold was a fantastic choice. Oh, is this Alfarius himself? I haven't seen his model. I didn't realize Alfarius had a model. I really don't follow 40k news. It's a good-looking figure, though. Man, all the Primarchs have models now. It's crazy. We are living in a time of legends. This poor son of a... Oh, that makes sense. Forge World. Okay, so it's like 30k. because Homeboy is in, like, old patterned Space Marine armor here, who's about to get stabbed through the back. Is he supposed to be wearing his power pack? It looks like he has a mount for one. Like, not an in-universe mount, but like a model mount for one, with a little sphere on his back. Yeah, it's just not on? Okay, I thought so. I figured as much. Well, judging by the basing work you've done so far, which has an interesting mix of colors and textures, looking forward to seeing what you're going to do here. What Legion is our dying Space Marine going to be here, Falcon? I'm very, very curious. Wonderful work, by the way, particularly on the scaling. That looks nice. I love that green and yellow next to one another. Going to be a Space Wolf? Oh, how apropos. Here we have from Riot Sister. Finished this after being inspired months ago by Vandal Noir. Made me realize that shading sucks and mecha is not my strong point. It definitely takes some practice. This looks fucking awesome, though. For a digital drawing that you did, honestly, this looks really, really good, Kat. You're so excited you feel like you're gonna throw up. That might be a little extreme. That might be a little extreme. This came out wonderfully, though. Nice, crisp coloration. I love the inclusion of the cherry blossom trees. I was gonna say, like, not for this. For what? For what, Riot Sister? What? Why are you throwing up? Please don't throw up. It's... whatever it is, it's not worth it. Now, having seen, because this is, yeah, based on Vandal Noir's actual paint jobs on these models, it's just nice and clean and defined. I do like the new Phoenix Hawk. I have the occasional, like, I don't like this one CGO model that they did, I don't like this one thing about it. It is not the case for the Phoenix Hawk. This is a pretty perfect balance of design elements between old and new style Battletech. Lovely work, Kat. It's very Rising Sun, isn't it, to Square? I dig it. Oh, then we have up from Riot Sister with some spoilers going on. What am I... Hold on. Okay. Okay. I made Kat an editor on my Twitch channel. So I don't know what's about to happen here. Y'all better... Hang on, let me check and see if the sound is working before we go here. I'm gonna start it. Okay, the sound is working, so let me pause that, and we'll start over. And let me mute, or at least let me turn down Pretzel significantly. Okay, let's bring that down. And let's bring Discord audio up a little bit. And then let's see what's going on here. How does that show up, by the way? When I full screen it, how does that show up? I feel like that might be cutting off a lot of it. Badly. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I am going to do a little bit of stream surgery real quick. We are going to copy this. And let's see. I'm going to make this significantly smaller. Because then the video should just fill this. Ideally. This is so janky. Oh my god. Yeah. Alright, so I'm gonna lose sight of chat when I put this up. So I'm gonna play it for a second. I'm gonna come back. You tell me how it looks, and then we'll go. Okay? So that's full screen. There's my lovely face down there. Get a look at it. Alright, now I'm gonna come back to chat. How did that look? That looked fine? Alright, now we're gonna watch it then. Let's have a look at this minute and 33 seconds that Kat put together. I have no idea what to expect. Y'all better be ready, because it's gonna happen fast, and it's gonna be intense. A doodly doo. Ding dong doodly doodly doo. Like, I work so hard to look good for you, and just like you just want to get free stuff. Like, you don't even know.
Do I really say these things? Butts. I forgot about the butts.
Be your own cheerleader. Nobody out there is gonna do it for you. Going. Welcome to the channel.
It's like when people. It's like when. Fuck my face!
What are you in my face for? Everybody wants me to throw shit. Have you ever seen a turtle get down? Wah 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 wah. Oh my god! It's adorable. Come on. Why doesn't someone stop me from saying these things from time to time? Cat, why don't you stop me from doing this? What is this, the community that I've cultivated? Is this what we are? I forgot that I said
Here
most
at
of those
Thunderhead
things.
Studio, we specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
Yeah. Excuse me, just a second. Just.
Do you like sexy battle mechs, sexy streamers, and sexy Solaris cheerleaders? Well, Thunderhead Stream has some of those things and more.
Well, Kat, thank you for aggregating the. Are we calling that the best of? Is that truly? Is that the best that I have said? Oh God! Oh my God! This is problematic.
If you don't respect the cat, you're gonna get the BAP.
Look, the cat people in Monster Hunter are adorable. Okay. It was your favorites. You know what? Fuck it. Yeah, no, we can make that the channel trailer. I don't give a shit. Let's do it. Let's make that happen. I see now why. Because, okay, Kat messaged me, like, last night. I get this message on Discord, and it says, it's just, you know, Riot Sister has sent you a message on Discord. It says, I have created a masterpiece. And then there's a YouTube link, or at least there is in my little, you know, thumb drop-down thing on my phone. Like, oh, she's done something. Let's check this out. And I go to the conversation, but there's no YouTube link. It just says I've created a masterpiece. So I'm like, oh, she deleted the link. That's odd. Maybe she wanted to go back and edit it. What could it be? But now I understand what happened. Well, thank you, Kat. Thank you for going through my clips and putting together that that medley. We're gonna use that. We're gonna use that. I'm fine with that. I'll make that the fucking channel trailer. I've thought about doing a channel trailer a number of times. I've thought about it, and it's always been like, what do I do? Do I do something silly? Do I make it a joke? Do I try to honestly explain the channel? I think that's the best, though. Let's just drop people right into a sort of melange, if you will, of the asinine garbage that comes out of my mouth. Oh my God. I'm gonna have to watch that a few more times. Let's keep going. Let's keep going, though. This is available for everyone. Holy shit. Right, sister. Thank you. Broadly, thank you. Not just for that video, but for everything that you've done for not not even just the channel. Thank you for everything you've done for the channel. Thank you for everything that you have done and continue to do for the Discord. But really just thank you for being here with me for the last couple of years on this journey with me. This very strange adventure into the land of streaming. And fuck. Here's to a few more at least, huh? Oh my god. Let's keep going. Let's keep going before I watch that damn video again. Here we have from Ren Momo, Battle Mechs up top that I did a slapdash job on. A slapdash job is still a job. Not really all that much. Then a Gaslands car with futuristic tech on it. That is canon in this game. And a color shift paint you can't see that well. Wish I could play Battletech and support it, but only Games Workshop stuff is played in my area. Ren, that's... And I've talked about this a few times before. The proliferation of Games Workshop is this sort of self-perpetuating cycle. It is a monster that cannot be stopped. And it's also what makes it so very, very difficult for smaller games to get any sort of traction, to get any sort of toehold in the market. Because if you buy a game on sale on Steam that's a multiplayer game and nobody plays it in your area, it doesn't matter, because you can probably still find some kid in Korea who plays it way too much who's gonna just whoop your ass at 3 a.m. If you get into a tabletop game and you're gonna buy models and build models and paint models and then take your ass physically down to the game store and try to get someone to play a game with you, it is important that you have someone to roll dice with you. And this is why, as much as I'm like, don't play Games Workshop games, they're naughty, and I want to push other games, like, and I'm gonna say the name again, Maelstrom's Edge, for the love of God, people. Everyone go look up Maelstrom's Edge, whether you start playing it or not. It is a fantastic game, made by people who really give a shit about what they're doing. It has not really caught on anywhere, which makes me very, very sad. It has very reasonable prices, has pretty damn good multi-pose plastic models, really cool lore, even a couple of books set in the setting that are, honestly, I enjoyed them. They're not like great fiction, they're just pulp, they're sci-fi pulp, but it's like, if you like sci-fi pulp, which I do, they're very enjoyable. And it has a more grimdark setting than 40k does at this point. But like I said, if somebody in your area isn't playing it, you've just wasted a bunch of money and time. And whether 40k is a good game or not, which I really, rules-wise, I don't think it is. As someone who is a fan of rule writing and rule books and the evolution of tabletop gaming, I really feel like 40k is among the least of the tabletop games out there, but it is still a juggernaut. It is still a powerhouse. And I'm never going to tell people, like, straight up, don't play 40k, because the fact is, if you're new to wargaming, and I realize I'm off on a tangent here, I'll wrap it up. If you're new to wargaming and you don't know a lot of people and you can't drag your friends into a game with you, you should probably play 40k or Age of Sigmar, because you're gonna be able to find games, and that's important. That's why 40k is the game, like if anybody plays any tabletop game in the fucking military, they're gonna play 40k, because any base you get stationed at around the world, you're gonna find other 40k fans. If I'm playing Maelstrom's Edge and I get stationed in bumfuck Texas, I'm not gonna find anybody who plays that game there. So people play 40k because people play 40k. And because people play 40k, more people play 40k. And because people are playing 40k, people will always play 40k. And it drives me a little fucking crazy. I don't know how to slay this dragon. I don't know how to do it. But then it's probably not on me to do that anyway, so I guess I should just let it go. Auto Racing, welcome in. I noticed you followed yesterday, Auto Racing. Thank you so much for the follow. Please do, Ren. I was not familiar with VTubing until very, very recently, when a friend of mine here on Twitch, Hootie who we've had on. We had him on last year when we did a few sessions of Cyberpunk Red. We had him on. He played Pretty Boy. What was his last name? It was something Japanese. Pretty Boy Hatsumoto? Oh, is that racist? I can't remember the name, and I just made one up? I don't know. I don't know if it is. I'm gonna guess V2. Anyway, we had him on when he was still using his human face, and he has subsequently become a VTuber, and it was through him that I was like, what the fuck is this? What is going on? And I'm glad that I had him there to explain it to me, because I'm a pretty open-minded guy, but even I was just like, what's going on here? And he kind of walked me through, like, the rise of the popularity of VTubing and, like, Nyanners and a couple other very famous VTubers. And he's like, because there's a lot of people that VTube that aren't very good at it, and if you just pop into one of their streams, you might go, what's going on here? But he showed me some of the bigger ones that got really popular, and I was like, I can understand this. Yeah, I know, Riot Sister. That's what's funny to me about Hootie Hoo. He's a great guy. He has a great voice. He's a good-looking dude. Like, just saying, objectively speaking, I can appreciate attractive men, and he's a good-looking guy. For whatever reason, he prefers having an avatar. And he's good at it. He's got a great stream. And God, his avatar has come so far. It started off as, like, flat and simple, and then it started to get animated, and then it turned 3D, and now he's gone back to 2D, but with a bunch of motion that he has drawn himself. And it's really, like, the technology is super impressive. Was it Nyanners? I think I watched a video of hers. It was called, like, Splash or Pash, and she was literally just... she was raiding toilets. And I kind of fell in love with this. Like, people would post pictures of toilets, and she would just be like, this is a great toilet that I would like to use, or this is a horrible toilet from my nightmares. And it was... just saying it out loud, I realize it doesn't sound like something you would want to watch. But I began to understand the content through this. I think it would be a lot of fun to have an avatar. Seems like a lot of work. When I can just use my stupid, dumb face, apparently. Auto Racing, we are having a fantastic night. Thank you so much for asking. If I had an avatar, I would just pay Rio and make it Blunder Thud. And then a robot would talk to you. That'd be something, right? I haven't talked at all about this picture. I've just been rambling about VTubers. Ren, I'm so sorry. I love the little splash of blue. I want to say something. Brighter. I want that blue a little bit brighter. I love the copper. I love the green. Are there things you could change on this? Are there more advanced techniques you could use? Obviously, yes. I don't think I need to tell you that. But I want to say there's one thing that I want you to do just a touch more of here. I want you to go back into the blue on the cockpits, which looks phenomenal. I want you to highlight it just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. It's just a little too dark. Get yourself like a nice, bright, electric blue, and just give me a little bit more highlights. You don't have to do anything complex. You don't have to lens it. You don't have to do any crazy effects. Just where your highlights are right now, just make them brighter. Just a little bit more. And this is going to look fantastic. I mean, it looks good now, but you want to just create that nice, bright focal point. Really cool scheme you've got there. I am digging it. Let's keep going on. Then we got our Gaslands car covered in future tech. Oh, the ironic post-apocalypse with its futuristic technology. I'm a fan of cyberpunk, so... like, cyberpunk the setting, not necessarily the broad concept, so... totally... oh, no, definitely not Tau. That's absolutely not an aerial off of a Tau drone. That would be crazy. The very notion that I would think that, that's ridiculous. And Pilot Cat, oh my god. Right? She would just, like, show up at the bottom of the screen. Oh, no. No, let's not go down this line of thinking, guys. I'm not going to become a VTuber. We're not doing it. Yes. I understand the appeal of it more now, Ren, but I can't bring myself to do it. Oh, also the missile pod. That's a nice touch. You've been doing a lot of Gaslands cars, Ren, and I really, really like the conversions you've done. Of course, that's kind of the nature of Gaslands, but you've got some pretty fucking cool ones. Lovely. Lovely work. No, not with this not with any attitude hamper. Easy to do a V2 Blunderthun since you just have a flashing eye. No, we're not. Let's not take this line of thought any further. 2 years later, and I'm talking to an animated potato. Oh, the future is bleak. Every day we stray further from God's light. Here we have from, oh, that's Mafik. It looks like no artwork for this Sunday, so here's my small German tiger tanks photography. Oh, they're so teeny. I appreciate, Mafik, that you could have done You could have done, like, forced perspective with this. Like, even if you had just, like, cut out everything above the road here and done some sort of insert, like a green screen or something. Some kind of composite shot. You could have done forced perspective on this and had it look like these, like, you know, like these were full size. And instead we have like a Kia right here, sort of highlighting how teeny they are. You got good detail on this shot though, right up here next to the curb. Using a phone that has a widened angle. Is that a Honda Fit? I don't know if I can know what it is. Cat with a blunder thud puppet. Possibilities are... Rio, stop it. Stop thinking about it. Stop coming up with ideas. Rio, when you come up with ideas, you tend to do the things. Don't do the things. Maybe it's just a giant Kia or a giant Honda Civic. Any of these things are possible. They're not tiny, it's just very, very far away. It's just that there is a massive expanse. Well, that doesn't make any sense. That's insane. Nice looking little tanks you got there, though, Mafik. I always like to imagine, when these shots, I like to imagine what position you were in when you were taking it. Like all hunched over with the camera. Somebody over in, like, this house over here is looking out their window, sipping at their coffee, going, what the fuck is he doing? Does he have... Are those little tanks? Take a picture from the sewers. Now I'm picturing him like like fucking Pennywise peeking up out of the sewer, out of the storm drain, taking a picture. It's some good photography, Mafik. Nice looking little tanks. And thanks for sharing. Yeah, with the crabs on the beach. Yeah, going out to the beach with these robot toys to take pictures. Somebody walking their dog just like, what the fuck? What has the world come to? Here we have from Zombie Brush Studios, projects from the week. Started my manager position at a brand new local hobby shop, so time was limited sadly this week, but big things are in the future. Oh, speaking of big things, it's a teeny little Marine. We got to pop in and see him working on this little chibi Marine a little bit. I really like how you've done the chest eagle on this guy. All in all, like, this is a paint job worthy of a proper Marine, and you've done it on an adorable little shit. Oh, hey, look, it's the SpongeBob meme. And then that's, oh, what, Is this... Is this just like a new thing that you're trying? Zombie Brush is posting pictures that I want to see, and then slipping the culinary atrocity in as part of a composite shot. That's, I gotta be honest, I'm not even mad. I'm not even mad. It's actually pretty clever. Don't even write it. Don't write it, Kursala. Don't write the words. I won't see the words. I won't think the words. I'm out of fucking beer. I'm out of beer. I gotta... You know what? Give me a second. I'll be right back. Let's keep going. Oh, come on, camera. Huh? Huh? No, you're not gonna focus? Alright, fine, I'll do it. I'll do it for you, you son of a bitch. There we go. We're done. We're done commenting on this particular entry, and we're gonna go on to something else. It is an adorable, adorable Chibi Ultramarine. And can I just say, I recently encountered a thread of people complaining about what are now called what are they, Firstborn Space Marines? Still some of my favorite sculpts. People talking about how the new Primaris helmets are just vastly superior, and the old grills look stupid and they don't like them. And I'm not gonna go into a rant now about how much I like them and how the classic Marine style is better or any of that. I'm just gonna say it made me feel very, very old. And I came to this realization that, like this is how the Grognards felt when the Grill Marines came along and the Beakies fell out of style. And the new generations are always going to like the new things, and I think on some level I just have to accept this. I don't like it, but I do think I have to accept it. Speaking of acceptance, here we have from 7up Man, after I posted my daughter's Icy Ice Ferret, which was fucking great, by the way. Last week, this is the Urban Mech my son, 12, painted for the German Secret Santa. Out of everything, he's actually the most proud of the tiny white dot in the middle of the small laser. It's the paint job of the Atrean Dragoons, according to the Unit Color Compendium. I'm of two minds. I am of two minds. The primary and most real opinion, the realist of the minds. Yeah, Sumatha, what the fuck? What the hell is going on here? What? This is really good. This is better than grown men that I know who have been painting for some time. I'm not gonna blow any, like, you guys know me. I'm all about being encouraging. I'm all about getting people to do art. I'm all about getting people to continue painting and to feel good about their work. But I am staunchly against blowing smoke up people's asses. I am staunchly against false praise because I don't think it helps anyone. I always try to be honest when I give my appraisals of people's work when they ask for it. I try to point out things that they have done well, but I will never lie to you and say that you have done something well when you haven't, when you obviously tried to do something and didn't quite make it. I will try to give you tips for how to accomplish what I see you trying to do. I will never lie. And so I say that to get across that I'm not going to sit here and say, like, I've never seen a paint job this good, oh my god, because that's not true. I will say I've never seen a fucking paint job this good that a 12-year-old did. This is really fucking good. This is frustratingly good because the pettiest, weakest part of my mind is comparing this to my work, which is toxic, which is the worst idea for any painter looking at any paint job. But I'm like, if I had been painting like this at 12, what would I be now? I'd be so much more than I am now. He should be proud of the tiny white dot and the small laser. That's not easy to do. That's something that I would probably have to do once or twice now. This is really good. This is our future, Sumatha, is being laughed at by a generation of competent painters. Like, you old men and your weak-ass paint techniques. I still love the Beaky's sphere. For the record, I still think the Beaky helmets look the best. This is... What's a good... We need a portmanteau for something that is both inspirational and frustrating. Inspirating. Fruspirational. drunk enough for this shit. It's even good color choices. The warm metallic colors for the metallic bits that he's done. Over here, the little bits of weathering. Good black lining. Gold contrasted with green. The blue-gray against the warm yellow. This is good. This is good painting. I'll tell you what, 7-Up, man. Encourage these children. I feel that you probably do, based on what I've read so far, but encourage these children to keep going. Because there is a grasp of the fundamentals here that is so profoundly important as foundational work. For not just mini painters, but for artists in general. They don't have to become lifelong mini painters, but encouraging them to express themselves through artwork is very, very important, I feel. And I mean, if they want to keep painting minis, that's great. But they could sort of parlay this into any number of disciplines, working on canvas. Like there's just so many directions this could go. I am floored. This is a fantastic paint job. Please encourage them to keep going, and should they, please share their work, because I will find it frustrational. But I still think that the lion's share of that feeling is positive. And please share not my frustration, but my praise, because this is really good. Damn. I fucking quit. Here we have from Hamburg Tack, painted up some mechs as Fox Connate, Clan Sea Fox over the last few weeks. Oh, that is such a nice kind of mint green. It's not quite mint. It doesn't have the blue. It has some blue, but it doesn't have that strong blue component that a true mint would have, but it's... I don't know, it makes me think of like wintergreen gum. Talk about forbidden candy. I love the prairie effect you've got going on there, using all the little flower tufts. And damn, the lensing. That's really nice. And a wonderful choice of color. That's sort of ruddy rust orange brown. Contrast with that green so damn well. Nice clean panel lines. Good work all around. Top layer is Straken Green from Games Workshop. Oh, okay. Very, very nice work all around. Yeah, I was just thinking that, Sumitha. I was going over the mechs and I'm like, one of these things is not like the other. He's wielding an axe, for God's sake. I'm sorry. A hatchet. They're all hatchets. Yeah, it's an old sculpt. I still haven't realized I'm not a clanner. Lovely work, Hamburg. Really, very clean and good balance. Again, I'm noting the contrasts. This sort of almost bluish, like it's not quite teal. It's riding the line. It's got some yellow and some blue in it. But contrasting that with the yellow on the base down here was a great choice, and I love the blue front facing too. Really, really good stuff. Goes to show you the scale difference. Yeah, things have definitely changed. Alright. Coming down, here we have from the POV 42, forgive the picture on my messy paint station. Oh no, none of us have messy paint stations. Everyone judge POV. But I'm pretty proud of the red I managed to get on these spaceships. Fun fact, these are painted using only Rainy River Designs paints beside primer, glaze medium, and wash medium. Let's have a look here. Oh. Where are these from? Is this a carrier? I can't quite tell the depth on this, but okay, it looks like the main fuselage chassis of the ship is over here. And then, is this a runway? Like, is there a hangar back here? It looks like one, but I can't quite tell with the depth. Yeah, it reminds me of Homeworld. The sort of asymmetric designs that some of the factions in Homeworld had. I mean, to be fair, it could have just been a racing stripe Sumatha. This is fucking cool. I love this asymmetric design with this off to the side. It reminds me of, like, I've always liked that, though. Like, one of my favorite classic ships from Gundam was, of course... I'm sorry. I'm about to confuse ships from Macross and Gundam. I was about to start talking about White Base and what's the other one? I can't remember the name of the other one now. But the big ships that have the big built-in like launch catapults. That's always been such a cool design feature to me. Or like the ships from the last Starfighter with those long launch strips and landing strips right in the middle. I really dig the asymmetric design on this one with sort of the flat carrier on the side. That's very cool. Bent Canuck, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. If you're Bent and you're in Canada, though, you can probably... You have better access to healthcare up there. I'm sure they can work that out. That was almost a joke. That was almost a joke. That was half-baked, and my delivery was weak. If I'd had another minute to work on that, I feel like I could have made that funny. But far be it from me to not eat crow when my joke falls flat on its face. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, if I had another minute to 2 minutes to think about that, I probably could have made it funny. But a long fucking line. Yeah. Look. I can admit when my jokes don't work. At least you can tell what I was going for. Isn't there another Homeworld coming out? I would swear there is. Earth Force ships because of the central launch base? Yeah. Agonize over how to get the flight deck to read right. I would say successfully POV because I looked at it and the first thing I thought was, that looks like a flight deck. Yeah. Nice work overall. Nice bright red, too. Damn. Only Rainy River Designs paints. I think that came out wonderfully. And I would be remiss if I didn't take this opportunity to plug Rainy River Designs, run by our very own Kursala and Data Nerd. And as always, you can hit !Rainy River in chat to get a link over there. You can find so many cool things there now. You can find models, you can find acrylic paints, you can find washes, you can find glazes, you can find Thunderhead Studio merchandise, like mugs and hoodies and t-shirts and stuff like that, you know, if you want to buy any of that stuff. But also a lot of really, really cool models and paints. And I cannot encourage you enough to get some of their sets. Kursala really puts his heart and soul into making better and better paints with each iteration. Doing a paint restock now-ish. And yeah, Kursala, I think I told you, I would love to get some of your... If you've got any that you feel like donating, so that I can put them into kits for our Thunderheads Home for Wayward paints, I would be... I've already put some Rainy River Designs paints in the kits that go out, some of the extras that I had. But yeah, I'd love to. Nice, really nice work, POV42, and thank you for sharing. Were those 3D printed, by the way? I'm curious. Here we have from Sphere, almost done with these two. Gotta highlight the leather bones and clean up the bellies a little bit. Part of a commission for a friend in his Blood Bowl team. So I got to see Sphere working on this a little bit earlier on the stream that he was running and kind of talking through his logic on them. There's a lot of good work with contrast on these figures. Like, the paint work is relatively simple. I say relative to, like, some high-level painters. But the use of the sort of... And I love the transition, by the way, of the primary skin tone down to the belly skin tone. And how we go from cool to warm, cool to warm, cool to warm. This contrast just helps you see the models so much more clearly. Particularly with something that has big, cartoonish, exaggerated proportions like this. Damn, is it helpful. I love the look of the tusks, by the way. This fade you've got going on, from dark to light, out to the tip. These look fucking great, Sphere. One is metal and the carrier is cast resin. Okay, I gotcha. Did we get a shout out, by the way, for Sphere? I think we got one earlier. But folks, Sphere has his own stream, and he is a pleasure to watch paint. He's incredibly talented. Go give him a follow. And remember, folks, follows are free. And I just like I don't, I really, really don't bullshit you. If you're posting in the Storm Report and you want advice, or you're just like, hey, look at this thing I did, I will always look for something real to praise you on. I will never praise you on something that you didn't do just so I sound like I'm being a nice guy. This is important to me. It is important that we are real with one another. And adding on to that, I really don't recommend streamers. Like, there are streamers out there that I feel like, are they worth watching? It's a big maybe. I don't go out of my way to recommend streamers that I don't think you should at least take a glance at, because the fact is we're all looking for something different. And discoverability on Twitch is very, very low. So I always encourage you to remember that follows are free. Drop him a follow, check out his next stream. Because if you don't like it, you unfollow and you move on and you go watch somebody else. But maybe, just maybe, that winds up being a place that you like to hang out on Twitch. And we all need more of those, don't we? That's what we need. Honestly, going into 2022, with the way things are going, we probably all need places to be online for the vast quantities of time that we're going to spend sitting around our fucking PCs. So go check them out. I love the colors on this. That electric blue for the... It reminds me of the Warcraft trolls in particular. Lovely work, Sphere. Here we have from Project Dark Fox posting streamer overlay updates on someone else's stream. Egads. I've been trying to finish up some more art that I've had kicking around. The overlay I've had on my own stream is fine, but was missing functionality. There's still some art missing, notably a mech in the hangar for opening and closing, but we're one step closer to being finished. The slideshow works. Oh, look at all that OBS. My brain inserted the word battlefield. Establishing battlefield control. Stand by. Alright, pop quiz, chat. It's not even a pop quiz. Opinion quiz, chat. What was the best voice in Command & Conquer? Which game had the best voice? What was your favorite? What's the voice you think of when you think of establishing battlefield control? Stand by. I want to know. You've got a favorite. I want to hear what it is. I know my favorite. It's not even a challenge. It is a cat. That's adorable. Oh yeah, and we got a mech bay here. That's pretty cool. We're going to have a mech stand in here. Is one of them going to be the trench foot? I sure hope that it is. And folks, go give Project Dark Fox a follow too. PDF doesn't stream as much, though I think you've been ramping up to doing more lately. But man, I love watching PDF work. I really just... It's educational, honestly. Watching someone who's willing to really start from nothing and then go through the process live is so educational for me. Well, hopefully we'll get that worked out, PDF. Makes me wish that the RA1 EVA said it. Because the right answer, because there is a right answer, guys, it's Cabal. It's Cabal from fucking Tiberian Sun. That was the best voice. You all failed the test. What am I going to do with you, Chad? Here we have from, is that Asri? It's very dark blue. Asri, Knight Incantor, Shorty Gingerbread. We're off to a great start. Was angry. Very angry. That traitorous knife ear. Whoa. We can't have slurs in here. Come on, TOS. Teclis had denied him his singular purpose, which was to unbind the protective ward around the nearby elves. Calm yourself, Shorty. The nearby Lord Impertinent told him. You'll get your chance soon enough, but what in the world are those sentinels doing? T-posing? The assertion of dominance from the frail elves was too much for Shorty, who gathered up all of his collective Canadian rage. Is that a thing? Did you run up and apologize to them? And charged forward, heedless of the danger, shouting his battle cry, Sorry. Oh, I made the joke, but you were already making the joke. Oh, I feel stupid. I should have just kept reading. The joke was already there. As very well played. Model was base coated with cast bronze effect, which gives it a faux gritty textured look. Still needs a few more highlights on the staff and some weathering on the leather, but getting close. Ooh, I like this. I really... We saw a similar blue on Sphere's work, that really bright electric blue. I love colors like that, particularly on human figures from a fantasy range. I gotta say though, Azri, what I'm zeroing in here on is that base. The model looks good, don't get me wrong. I love the red hair, I love the electric blue, I like the flame in the hand there. The armor has an interesting sort of bronzish, maybe greenish cast to it. It's not just straight silver, and it actually looks really cool. But the base is what's grabbing me. That sort of cartoonish blue stone, those little flecks of orange and blue. That's really effective work. I like that a lot. Damn. Lovely work, Azri. Yeah, I can see punching up the leather a little bit, because the hair looks great, but working in some more warmth to the leather is going to really help sell the rest of the cool tones. It came out great. It came out fantastic, Azri. I zeroed in on that base immediately. Here we have from Xandershade, the current state of our Alpha Strike game. Hopefully we can paint some mechs together tomorrow. Oh, look at these boys going. Playing Alpha Strike on a hex map. What absolute units you are. I love the look of it. I'm always happy to see people actually getting to play games. Guys, it's been 2 fucking years that the world has been losing its fucking mind, and almost none of us have been able to get out there and really get tabletop games in unless it's with immediate family, which is awesome still. So I am still in 2022 just thrilled when you guys get to actually play these games and roll the damn dice. Fucking hell. And yeah, hopefully you get to do some painting tomorrow, Xandershade. I want to play tabletop games again. Oh, Square Peg, I feel that so much, man. I feel it so much. Only played Firestorm like 2 years ago. Did not build feelings for the toaster. You didn't like Cabal? He was a psychopath, though. Who doesn't love that? Here we have from Punexpected, a little more work done on Wayata by Bold Miniatures. We got the rockets! As much as I praise Tiberian Sun, every time I think of any unit in Command & Conquer, I always go right to Red Alert 2, and I always hear the fucking Chrono Troopers. Never existed. Removing. Damn, that blue skin tone. That is rich. Unexpected. You are mixing some reds, some purples, some magentas into that blue. The flush in the cheeks. The little kind of lividity down around the elbow. Ooh. That... What is that instrument? Is that a real instrument? That can't be. That's a nonsense instrument. But the paint job on it, my god, the transition from the umber up to what I'm guessing is Terra Rosa? This is phenomenal. We have Cat, but what if we have Cat as an anthropomorphized fox Kit? We'd have Kit Kat. Oh my god, Sumatha. So much red. Drowning in saturation. Yeah, it's really intense, isn't it? Cadmium red over mahogany. Ooh. Oh my god. So folks, if you want to see somebody... I've been doing oil painting lately, and I'm glad you guys stick around to watch me do it as I fumble my way through it on our Darth Vader and whatnot. But if you want to see some really intense oil painting, you definitely have to give Punexpected Painting a follow. He's one of my favorite members of the Linseed Brotherhood at this point. God, I really like that shock of white hair on top, too, and there's even some warm tones worked into the bandages on this arm. This is really impressive work. Damn. Damn, Punexpected. Yeah, so rich and warm. So rich and warm. Fantastic work. Oh my god, excuse me. Alright, let's keep going, Here we have from Automat Americana. Update on the current project, not a whole lot to say. I keep teasing about figuring out what it is, but some folks from the Battletech Discord already figured out from context. Well, I can't make the same joke I did last time. I'll give you that. You ruined that particular joke. It does look like an airship, though. More so than just a straight aerospace asset. I'm not familiar with what it is ultimately going to be, I don't think, because it's not jumping out at me. Stephen Poole 68, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream, my friend. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. I think that's mostly the colors, Sumatha. Like, okay, the shape, yes. And the fins, yes. But it's mostly the blue and red that's making you think of the Planet Express. Yeah, that's almost certainly it. I personally can't place it. Chat, do you know what it is? I'm very curious. I like the work I've seen Automat do so far, and I'm very, very curious where this is going. I appreciate you sharing your progress with us. Here we have from Vergatarung. Finished up the first Jumping Wasp in Comstar colors. Now, is he jumping or is he charging? Because I get a definite, like, rocket fist charge out of this pose. I suppose technically he's jumping. But I feel like this is more of a tackle than anything else. You absolute madman doing Comstar logos by hand. Vergatarung. Vergatarung, you do some amazing shit, dude. I know that I gush over your work in Battletech a lot. I know that I do. I want you to know that I'm not fucking around. I'm not kidding. I'm not blowing smoke, even if this gentleman appears to be. This is so fucking cool. I keep thinking, like, I look at Vergatarung's table, I look at Vergatarung's paint job, his Merrick Militia, his Comstar, and I think back to myself in, like, the mid-90s to early 2000s, and I'm like, if I could show that version of me then, what people would be doing now, what Vergatarung is doing now. His Dazzle camo, oh my god, his lit up Battletech table with Trinity City, which is so fucking flattering that he uses so much of my terrain that I've designed. The feelings of pure joy and excitement that your work would give a younger me. I don't know why that particular thought makes me smile as much as it does. It's just like... You know what it is? I feel like when I see Vergatarung's work, it's like I didn't know how much I wanted to see it until it was right there in front of me. Does that make sense? So fucking cool. And I noticed little things, like, it looks like, have you got the toe glued on here? Because this is some shit that I would do. Adding that, because you got, okay, he's connected up here, he's glued here, and that's great, but that extra little point of connection to give it a real structural security, I like the way you think. I like the way you think, Vert. You think like an engineer. That's why I love your trees as much as I do. This is, oh my god, this is phenomenal. This is damn great work for Vergatarung. Well conceived, well executed. Just from beginning to end, you did a fantastic job. And speaking of doing a fantastic job, we have someone who does the opposite of that. Here we have a man who, when he paints things and I see them, I think to myself, past me would be even more depressed than he already was if he had to see these goblins. If he had to see Gabe gazing out upon the field of Imperial Knights. It depresses the Christ out of me. That's another one. I'm not very funny tonight. I've had at least 2 jokes fall flat on their face, and I feel like that one, like, I was trying to buy time by bullshitting for a second to come up with something funnier, but all I came up with is Matt Yee bad, and that's not a funny joke. That's weak. I think I'm off my game tonight. Right after he subbed, too. God, I'm an asshole. Accidentally rubbed ketchup in my eye. Now I have hindsight. I've been recommending oil painters tonight. And admittedly, Matt E has been doing a lot of acrylic lately, but I love the way he oil paints. And guys, if you're interested in oil painting, I know we've had a few people ask about it tonight. I've given you my list of recommendations. Wapelius, Steal a Rebel, Pun Expected, add Matt Yee to the list. Matt Yee has helped me to stop obsessing, quite as much as I tend to naturally because of who I am as a person, about every little detail and doing everything perfectly. You watch this man paint, he's very natural, he's very relaxed, and his results absolutely speak for themselves. I think that Matt Yee, you may have some of my favorite, what I would call, like, I want to use the phrase work smarter, not harder. I want to say that some of my favorite paint jobs of yours are what I would call tabletop quality in the best possible sense. Like investing what is, to my mind, minimum effort for maximum results, which is some of the best painting I've seen. I love Matt Yee's work. Check out his channel, drop him a follow, check out his Instagram. And also, Matt Yee, post more to your fucking Instagram, dude. You've got some amazing paint jobs, and the people want to see them. Your audience demands it. Thank you so much for the fucking subscription. Oh my god. Alright, let's keep going. I was ripping off your bit, by the way. I started the stream by eating a breakfast meal live on stream. It was pretty amazing. It was pretty great. Here we have, from White Wolf, have to get food stuff sorted out tonight after I've spent most of the day running around to get supplies, so I suspect I won't have any actual updates to post on my Trident before the report closes, so here. I have a picture of my A and B idler assemblies, as well as the initial assembly of my A and B drive sections. My printer is nice and sparkly and orange. Now taking playful bets on what I forgot to pick up supply-wise this week. This weekend was Loctite, grease, and lube. That sounds like a pretty good weekend to me. Oh my god. White Wolf, I gotta say, man, you don't do anything half-assed. If you do something, you definitely go whole hog. You're gonna have a much more precise printing mechanism than I have, and I've been doing it for a couple of fucking years. God damn. Nice looking parts. Nice looking parts. Very firm indeed. I didn't read the pun until after I gave him shit. I default to insulting Matt Yee because I'm not actually very funny, as it turns out. Wait until we get to pulling wire. Yeah, I'll be very interested to see the finished assembly, White Wolf. You have many projects on your plate. Looking at Winsor & Newton oil paints to start with, trying to get away from using cheap Testors brand. Auto Racing, I'm using... Personally, I use... what do I have? Winsor & Newton Winton oil color, primarily. I have a couple of the Winsor & Newton Artist oil color. I've heard good things about... what's the brand? I wrote it down and now I can't think of it. Shit. I'm just gonna stop talking. I'm just gonna stop talking and keep going. How about that? Here we have from POW Rogue, starting to throw in those details. So this is some nice sculpting. Assuming it'll load. Like it did load, but now, okay, there we go. This is some nice sculpting for a creature that in the context of the show confuses me terribly. What the hell is this thing doing on Tatooine? Why does Tatooine have a creature from the Black Lagoon? What's Goro doing hiding underneath the sands? I don't understand it. I'm loving this texturing, these scales we've got going on here, and such wonderful work on the head. I love the big, exaggerated, angry eyes. Yeah, Voxel Forge, particularly with the face, with the, like, gills and the big eyes, and the little ridge on his head, he looks very much like a Machamp. Because reasons. According to the book of Boba Fett, Tatooine is a vibrant and why did I drink that whole beer? I'm not going to be able to think of any words for the rest of the night now. That's my excuse. It has a remarkably expansive ecosystem that, for whatever reason, we've just never heard of before. Can it stand up straight? I want to see it. I want to see it standing up straight. Voxel Forge, give us a render of him standing just on his hind legs and, like, trying to look normal, like with his arms at his sides. And maybe put him in a trench coat. You know, standing straight up with a trench coat. So he looks like 3 monsters in that trench coat, but secretly he's just one. Yeah, then we're on to something. This is genuinely really good sculpting work, Voxel Forge. Now, Voxel Forge, do you use ZBrush? Yeah, there's only the one scene, admittedly. I do kind of like when he punches the Rhodian into the sand. Like, that's such a weird move. Yeah. Silliness of the source material aside, this is some really good sculpting work. I am digging it. This is the work that I need to start actually doing this year, is more organic pseudo-humanoid forms. Lovely. Please share more 3D work with me. Please, because that's become a big focus of mine lately, and I'd love to see more of what other people are doing. So Voxel Forge, thank you for posting, and please keep us posted as you continue to work on this. And then once you get one printed, man, do I want to see that. Man, do I want to see that. I will say that depending on the size you're planning on printing this in, I do feel like the scales might want to be deeper. It's hard to say, though. I'm not sure how big this guy's going to wind up being. Here we have from Avash. Oh my god, it's an angel man. Look at this glorious son of a bitch. My eye is immediately drawn to the base. I like how you've done the brown and then the more sort of yellow-red granite here for the steps, contrasted against this kind of blue stone in the back. The gradient on the wings, I like that a lot. The deep, dark, almost black blue coming out to this kind of electric blue on the edges. And of course contrasting well against the gold. Is this an official GW figure? Again, I apologize. When it's a GW figure that's new, I almost never know that it's an official one because I do not follow GW release news. You can always follow Matt Yee, who will sit there for like 30 minutes on his own stream and do nothing but like browse Games Workshop release articles and talk about how adorable the new fucking Goblin Tree Nymph is, or whatever the hell it is you spend your time doing. An official GW Stormcast lady. So I've noticed that the new Stormcast figures all have more kind of svelte figures. Because the old Stormcast are all like they're beef machines. They're big hulking monsters, Space Marine style. And not just there have been more female figures lately, but even the male figures, it seems like they trimmed down the waists, they narrowed the shoulders a little bit, they trimmed down the heads, they made them have slightly more realistic proportions. And I have to say, I like it. I had no love for the Stormcast Eternals when they were first released, but a lot of these newer figures that I'm seeing, like this one right here, like some of the ones from the new yeah, less rectangle-y. That's well put. Well put. Much more succinct. They're much more appealing now. They're less like stomping cubes and more like men wearing armor. And that's nice, because I know I've complained about the Stormcast Eternals before, and meltdown. Yeah, whenever I talk about Age of Sigmar and Conquest, I wind up talking about how I like the simpler sculpts of human figures. It gives me someone to kind of sympathize with in any given fantasy setting. This is coming together nicely, Avash. And of course, Avash also plays Conquest, so apparently he's a fantasy man. Here we have from Dr. Rhino, all ready for priming tomorrow. Now, you guys don't know this, but this is kind of a personal attack. I'm the only one who has context for how this is a personal attack, so why don't we just appreciate the sheer amount of conversion work that... Dr. Rhino, what the fuck are you doing? What? Do you, like, have some sort of time dilation technology that lets you get this shit done? Do you spend all of your time in your office? I feel like I spend a huge amount of time on my hobbies. And your productivity level is so far beyond mine that I feel like I'm barely a man at this point. God damn it. Look at these fucking Custodes with custom heads, with custom bases. This is disgusting. Eye of Thantara, grant me sight beyond sight, Deckard. VS, how are you doing, man? How's tricks? How's stuff? It's good to see you. Nice looking robot man. Only thing I've done this week is play Diablo 2 Resurrected. You know, Deckard, I'll tell you what. There are way worse ways to spend your time, man. Just got back from vacation in Hawaii. Oh, that's awesome. I hope you had fun, man. Hang on, I'm checking something real quick. Okay, I'm back. Negative COVID tests all around, so yeah, I wasn't gonna. I try not to pry. But I'm glad to hear that. Shit's crazy, man. The whole world is just. So I ask you, has there ever been a better time to invest heavily in escapism? I propose not. I'm glad you had a good time, dude. That sounds fucking awesome. Deckard, are you still streaming? VR AR, let's go. Yeah, fuck real life. Not streaming. Okay, yeah, I remember last time we talked, you had other stuff going on. Okay. I enjoyed your streams, dude. If you ever fire those back up, please let me know. Happy to promo. Really enjoyed them. Heck yeah, escapism. Dr. Rhino, god damn it, dude. Alright, I gotta make a decision, chat. I gotta make a decision because Dr. Rhino has been coming at me lately. He threw out a number the other day. He said 500 minis in 2022. $500 minis in 2022. I know. But there's a big part of me that wants to fucking just come at him. Just come at him hard. There's a big part of me that wants to take Dr. Rhino by the scruff of his fucking pachyderm neck and just slap him down. Just fucking lay him out. And here's the thing, I know I can do it. I'm capable of it. Will they be like studio quality paint jobs? I mean, fuck no. But I have to decide if I'm going to take this challenge or not. I have to decide. I have to think about it. I could do it. I've definitely got the minis to... I've got 500 minis in this room that I could paint. But if I'm going to do it, I'm going to have to let go of a lot of the mental blocks that have been jamming me up for the last 6 months. And in a way, I feel like even accepting the challenge might help. I'm going to think about it for another 24 hours. And I'm going to be honest with you, there's a solid chance I'm just going to chicken out and not do it. But I'm going to think about it. It can be done. We should collab this. Dude, fuck it, Deckard VS. Yeah, dude, I'm in. I've been recording a bunch of stuff with Dr. Rhino. I've been trying to do more like podcasting, talking about movies, talking about shows, talking about art. I'd love to. I'd absolutely love to. Deckard, you have a great perspective. You do a lot of digital art, which is something that I would like to do more of. I mean, specifically this year, I'm trying to do much more mesh sculpting. Faster doesn't mean better. No, better might not be what I need to focus on, though. I focused on better for a lot of time last year, and honestly, it slowed me down terribly. I think he pulled that number out of his ass, to be fair. And, you know, I could always sabotage. It could, Sumitha, but having a rival, having someone, like, here's the thing. The reason I'm doing something is important, okay? Trying to expand myself as an artist might not motivate me as much as trying to make an asshole out of Dr. Rhino. That might be the motivation that I need. I don't know. Like I said, I'm going to give it some more thought before I commit to something that is that objectively and obviously stupid. But I've said before, I do want to do 365 this year. I do want to try it again. It's a noble, admirable goal, and even if I don't hit it, at least it will get me moving. Yeah, Here you go, White Wolf. We'll have to define what counts, I suppose. Let's keep going. I want to keep looking at Dr. Rhino's disgusting, amazing fucking assembly jobs. Here we have from Noob Corpse, no commentary provided, just these Tempestus Scions, and ooh, I'm gonna blow this up and look at it a little bit bigger. Gold and red and lots of Melta-Guns. Noob Corpse, this is solid work. This is damn solid work. Keep it going. First squad, you said? For a first squad, that's pretty goddamn good. Just fearful one. I'll just collapse in on myself like a dying star as I utterly fail. Oh, God. Oh, what am I doing with my life? Noob Corpse, these look fucking great, man. Keep up the good work. Keep up the fucking momentum. I'm telling you, folks, if you've got a good run going, if you've got that artistic momentum, just hold on to it. Keep it going. Because, man, you will improve so fast if you can hold on to that. It is the long spells that kill us. I don't mean don't take a break. If you're burnt out, if you need a break, take a break. But it is the long spells, man. Those are really killer. Here we have from Sumatha, Operation Lancaster Thunderhead exclusive preview. Matt Plog has done it again, surprising nobody. Of the roughly 200 art pieces commissioned for Operation Lancaster, about 10 of his are wonderful pieces meant to add flavor to the massive 35-page long section that lists the tables of organization and equipment for all of the forces that clashed during Operation Lancaster. In this case, we have a depiction of the lead elements of the Blackwood Templars Mercenaries Seraph Aerospace Fighter Wing. What a mouthful! The Seraph Aerospace Wing accounts for 18 of the 30 aerospace fighters deployed by the Blackwood Templars during Lancaster. Seraph is led by Major Angela Cross and her Dragon Slayer, one of 4 captured clan-made Sith heavy aerospace fighters fielded by the Templars. Naturally, her fighter is the focus of the image. Fun fact, Angela Cross is a character whose name is a pretty direct reference to a certain anime series. Fans just might be able to piece together what series she's a reference to. Keep in mind the dragon slaying reference and pilot factor, and you'll likely go far. And to be fair, this has been mentioned before, so some of you may already know it. God damn. It's always the sense of motion. It's always the dynamic nature of Plog's work that blows my fucking mind. We've been doing day job work for like 2 years, really need to start doing really want to start doing personal work again. Deckard, like, if you want to collab on something, man, hit me up. I'm sure we can come up with something. I'm really trying to up my productivity and lean more on my artistic endeavors this year. I'm trying to be more productive in general. Last year was a lot of learning. It was a lot of clashing with unfamiliar tool sets that have since become more familiar. Build something in VR? Ooh. I've used, I'm trying to remember, Tilt Brush? I've used Tilt Brush a couple of times, and it seems interesting. I do enjoy more excuses to use my VR headset. Let's talk, Deckard. Maybe we can come up with something. Damn, this is just... How many times? How many times can I praise Plog? I don't know. I love the focal distance that we're seeing here. It really... The depth and the motion, these are the things I say over and over again, and they're absolutely his strength. Even what would these be called? They're not motion lines, but they're a sort of dynamic indication of motion, and you can see they come into focus as they enter. You know, our depth of field is very specific here. This is phenomenal. Operation Lancaster is gonna have so fucking much cool art in it by the end. Damn. Oh my god. Alright. Let's keep going. Oh my god, that's the end of it. Oh, that's the last of the things. That's the end of the Storm Report, and as many of you may know, the end of the stream. Let me ask you a question, chat. How's my voice been tonight? Compared to other nights, how has my microphone sounded? I'm curious, because I've changed a few things in my arrangement. I want to know if it has made a significant difference. Arkrave, thank you so much for saying so. I hope that you do too. I also make sure I haven't sounded like distant or anything. Alright. Let's figure out who we're raiding tonight, folks. Where's my screen? There it is. Thank you guys so much, by the way, for hanging out with me tonight. Working on our first of 3 Vaders. This Vader we worked on tonight may get one more streamed paint session. I might finish him off stream, and then the next time you see me doing Vader, it's going to be our slightly cooler, slightly more crisp Vader, applying the lessons that we learned on this one. By the time we get to the 3rd, we should be doing some pretty cool stuff. I'm going to guess we're raiding Teal Security. Teal Security or Wombat Combat. Let's do Teal. Let's do Teal. We raided Wombat last time. Slightly less rich, really interesting. All right, I'm gonna have to do some more experiments. I've been changing the distance of the, because like I've been talking like right up here a lot of the time, and I'm really trying to move the microphone further away from myself, and I fooled around a little bit with my equalizer. I gotta find like the perfect distance. My voice is like 90% of the reason that people are here. I acknowledge that. It's okay. It's all right. We'll survive. Folks, thank you so much for being here tonight. Thank you for joining me. I'm really just trying to get back on the painting horse. Had a good time painting Vader tonight. Again, we have a little bit more work to do, and we're going to be doing some more in the future. We won't be back on Tuesday. There's no stream on Tuesday. If that changes, I'll let you know on the Discord and on Facebook. We will be playing Prey again this Thursday for session number 4, and then this upcoming Sunday we'll be going back in on Vader, either this one or the next one. We'll figure that out over the course of the week. Depends on how much work I get done. Thank you to everybody who came out tonight. Deckard, it has been fantastic to see you, dude. A huge thank you to all of our subs tonight. You guys are amazing. Thank you to everybody who contributed to the Storm Report, as always, and a huge thank you to my incredible mod team. Kat, that video is fucking amazing, and I'm gonna use that for some shit, so get ready. I'm gonna go get something to eat, folks. So until next time, which is Thursday, keep on painting.